Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Commission for Independent Education. I'm Trey Williams, Vice Chair of the Commission. Today is January 25th, 2024. Mrs. Hood, good morning. Could you please roll call?
Certainly. Commissioner Williams.
I am here.
Commissioner Whitaker. Commissioner Cross.
Here.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis.
Here.
Commissioner Marty.
Here.
And Commissioner Stefano.
Here. I'd like to remind everyone, if you have not done so already, please put your phones on silent. I take great pleasure in doing that with my phone. I hope you get some pleasure out of it as well. And at this time, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing after that for a moment of silence to honor former Commissioner and President of the Baptist University of Florida, Dr. Tim Kinchin, who passed away January 11th. Commissioner Taylor Ellis, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the
Flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. All right, well, welcome everyone. We had good weather. I hope everyone had a good trip down or up, whatever the case may be. Thank you for joining us here. Really appreciate having the face-to-face engagement and the opportunity to discuss everything individually with you. The Commission begins its meetings with the introduction of those in attendance. Mr. Eldridge, would you please proceed with the introductions of our visitors? Oh, it's not Brandon. I'm sorry.
Good morning, Anthony Portigliari, Florida Christian University.
Good morning, everyone. Bruno Portigliati, President of Florida Christian University.
Good morning, Dr. Joe Angley, Cole Middleton Education Consulting.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Hajar, and I'm the Executive Director at Otero Consulting Group.
Ann Bouchard, Otero Consulting Group.
Dr. Jose Otero, Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning. My name is Fazio Ismael. I'm with University of Mid-Florida.
Good morning. Sal Ismael, University of Mid-Florida.
Hi, everybody. Back after 2 years. Everybody looks really great in person. Tell me what cream you're using. I'm Dr. Susan Schultz, Schultz School Advisor. Has been in this sector over 40 years.
Nelda Webb, Chamberlain University.
Good morning, Nikki Good, Regional Vice President for Fortis. Not on the agenda, but as always, here to learn and steal every good idea you all give me.
Good morning, I'm Ashley O'Brien from Rasmussen University.
Good morning, Dr. Karen Goody, Rasmussen University.
Happy Thursday, everyone. Stacy Ann Sinclair Jibison, Rasmussen University.
Good morning, Dr. Nathan Adams, and partner with the law firm of Holland & Knight, heading our education law team.
Good morning, everyone. Chris Giorgetti from Ferguson, Santoro, and Giorgetti Educational Consultants, here today with Premier International College and Agape Academy and University.
Heidi DeSico, Florida University Southeast.
Good morning, Dr. Derajat Sama, Vice President, Florida University Southeast.
Good morning, Dr. Beth Ennis, University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences.
Good morning, Kim Refner with the University of St. Augustine for Health Sciences.
Good morning, Lynn Mulheron with International Education Corporation with Florida Career College.
Good morning, I'm Denise Rabello, and I am the Regional Director of Regulatory Compliance for Florida Career College.
Good morning, Fabian Fernandez with Metropolitan University of Science and Technology, aka MUST, and here to be, we're not on the agenda, but here to be a sponge and suck it all in.
Good morning, my name is Nidia Bonillas, Student Services Director for MUST University.
Good morning, Saimar Fernandez. I'm the HR Director for Metropolitan University of the Sciences and Technology, and like Fabian said, here to support everyone.
Good morning, my name is Jose Medina. I'm the Finance Director of MUST University.
Good morning. My name is Jeanette Espinal, and I'm the interim campus director for Schiller International University.
Good morning. Dr. Victoria Bayman, Provost at Schiller International University.
Good morning. Daniel Napal, CFO for Schiller International University. Nice to meet you guys.
Good morning, Dr. Marta Muniz, CEO and President of Schiller International University.
Hello, Egan Hansen, Schiller International University, Global Head of Compliance and Institutional Effectiveness.
Hi, good morning. My name is Dr. Bruce Smith. I am with ECPI University here in Orlando.
Good morning. I'm Linda Allenbaugh, and I'm with Gulf Coast Institute of Career Development in Pensacola, Florida.
Good morning. Iris Salinas, South Florida International College.
Good morning. Maria Puig, South Florida International College.
Good morning. Olmedo Farfan, South Florida International College.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Cynthia Rue, and I'm from Premier International College in Fort Myers, Florida.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Howard. I'm with Premier International College.
Good morning. Dr. Eduardo Rivas, Vice President for Academic Affairs and Chief Academic Officer at Allen South Lake University.
Good morning. My name is Álvaro Sánchez, Allen South Lake University.
Good morning. I am Everly Henao, Allen South Lake University.
Good morning. Terry Workman, Vice President, St. George's University.
Good morning, Carla from Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, Adelina, Compliance Agent at Otero Consulting Group.
Good morning, everybody. Dr. Kelly Krinkle, Florida National University, Director of Accreditation and Compliance.
Good morning, Anthony Barrios. I am with Florida National University.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Thelma Tenney from Healing Arts Institute.
Good morning, Lydia Taylor, South Florida Nursing College, Pembroke Pines, Florida.
Dr. Yinka Taylor, South Florida Nursing College.
Good morning. I'm Deborah Jones with the CESO Institute of Health Professions.
Good morning, Elba Castaño, Financial from Miami Business Technological University.
Good morning, Deborah Wenninger, FAPS Foundation.
Good morning, Robert Westfall with Mercy Hospital College of Nursing. I also happen to be the Assistant Director for Mercy Hospital School of Practical Nursing, so we'll see you tomorrow as well.
Good morning, Dr. Eileen Hidalgo from HCA Florida Mercy Hospital School of Practical Nursing and Mercy Hospital College of Nursing.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Anderson from LEARN, Library and Information Resources Network.
Good morning, Dr. Suzanne Morrison-Williams, CAO, Library Information Resources Network.
Good morning, Angeli Gonzalez from Aquinas Network.
Good morning, Andrés Sotil, Academic Director for Continental University of Florida.
Good morning, everyone. Carolina Barrios, Executive Director of Continental University of Florida.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sunil Sinanan, Birchwood University, Orlando, Florida.
Good morning, Julia Corona with Southeastern College and FAPS board member.
Good morning, Jake McGibbon, Vincennes University, St. Augustine.
Good morning, John Carrion, Concord Career Institute, also a FAPS board member.
Good morning, Mario Novo, Regulatory Compliance Specialist with Capella University.
Greetings, Bob Burnfield, Universal Technical Institute in Miramar, Florida.
Good morning, Rachel Watson with Bridgeway School of Nursing.
Good morning, Dr. Charmaine Watson with Bridgeway School of Nursing.
Good morning, Kirk Langa, Chief Financial Officer, New York Film Academy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mylene Dominguez. I'm with the New York Film Academy, and I am the Dean of the South Beach, Miami campus. Happy to see you all and wishing you a great day.
Good morning. I'm Kalaine Schaefer. I'm the Compliance Officer of New York Film Academy.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Vanessa Molina from Betania International University.
Good morning. My name is Luis Fabregas, Betania International University President. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Peter Cressida from CIE University.
Good morning. Ezra Tosas from Liner Consulting.
Good morning. Linda Tosas from Liner Consulting.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Althea Ellis, Dean of Academic Affairs, St. Ignace University.
Good morning. Fabiola Lagaudel from St. Ignacio University.
Good morning, Mary Ann Sewell, Vice President of Strategic Business Development and Career Services, Nuke University, Florida Technical College.
Good morning. My name is Roger Gaspar, Vice President of Admissions for Nuke University, Florida Technical College.
Good morning, Leiby Adames Boom, Vice President of Academic Affairs, Nuke University, FTC.
Good morning, Maria Milan, Alep University.
Morning, Dr. Jorge Milan, President, Alep University.
Good morning, James McCoy with South College.
Good morning, Dr. Christy Bordelon, Director of Institutional Effectiveness, Doral College.
Good morning, Dr. Yemi Oladimiji, President, Campus Manager, Riggs College.
Good morning, I'm Paula Hawley, and I'm the Clinical Director at Riggs College.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kaylin Gervais. I am the Compliance Officer and Operations Support at Riggs College.
Good morning, everyone. Alexandra Richard, Dean of Academics, Riggs College.
Good morning, Martin Acevedo, Riggs College.
Good morning, Greg Ray, Riggs College, Longwood, Florida.
Greetings and salutation to all. I'm asked, who am I? And I say to myself, who is but a function of what? And what I am is a man wearing a cowboy hat. Of course, I am not questioning your powers of observation. I am just remarking to the paradox of asking a man in a cowboy hat, who am I? So I ask you, I am Arthur H. Reyes, Director of Education for New Professions Technical Institute out of the great state of Miami, Florida, and I thank you for your cooperation and time.
Good morning. I'm Director, Academic Dean of Humboldt International University, Javier Garcia.
Hello, Greg Jones, Jones Technical Institute, Jacksonville.
Tracy Jones, Jones Technical Institute.
Good morning. My name is Bob Harris. I'm with the law firm of Messer Caparello in Tallahassee, Florida. Today I'm representing Florida University Southeast, Riggs College, Meridian West Central College, Nuke University, Florida Technical College, and Ross University School of Medicine.
Thank you, everyone. Before we move forward, I want to recognize these awesome gentlemen over here on my left who always give us flawless audio and video. I don't remember the last time we ever had feedback or technology fall down. I rarely operate technology well, and to see them do it so flawlessly here is really, really worth pointing out each time. So thanks, gentlemen. We really appreciate that. Next on the agenda is the approval of the minutes. We'll consider minutes from the meeting held November 8th and 9th, 2023. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Commissioner Taylor Ellis, second by Commissioner Marty. Are there any discussion? Anyone opposed? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion to approve the November minutes is adopted. Way to go. Ms. Hurst, would you please provide the Executive Director's report?
Yes, well, first, thank you all for being here. We're always delighted to see you all. It's nice to meet the new faces and to get to see the other members that I have already met. So we'll start off with our Student Protection Fund balance. It has a balance of $3,964,237.21. We did issue 2 citations. Those citations were issued for insufficient funds. So we do also have a commission update for you today. So as you may have noticed, we are missing one of our commissioners from the table. Chair Coyne has resigned from her position at Broward College in December of 2023 and subsequently vacated her position on the board due to statutory requirements. We would like to publicly thank Chair Coyne for her service on the commission. We're deeply appreciative of the knowledge, professionalism, insight, and leadership that she provided. She'll be greatly missed. In her absence, Vice Chair Trey Williams will be acting chair until a new chair has been appointed. A rules update. So our modified rules, 6E-2.004, Standards and Procedures for Licensure, 6E-1.003, Definitions of Terms, 6E-1.0032, Fair Consumers Practices, and 6E-4.001, Fees and Expenses, were approved by the State Board of Education on January 17th of 2024 and will be adopted in February of 2024. Thank you greatly to the CIE staff for all the hard work, research time, and dedication that went into modifying these rules. Thank you to the commissioners for the feedback, questions, and guidance throughout the rule process. And lastly, but not least, thank you to all of the institutions, all of the public individuals that provided feedback and who engaged in the process with us. Because of all of the collaboration we were able to successfully modify those rules, place them in front of the State Board of Education to reflect those statutory changes. So we greatly appreciate all of you. I think the process did show how when we all work together collaboratively, we can make a great product. So we greatly appreciate it. Of one more note, I have a lot to talk about today. I'm so sorry, I never do. We have a probable cause panel. So pursuant to 6E-2.0061, Florida Administrative Code, probable cause panels shall be appointed to consider suspected violations of law and to make findings which shall be reported to the full commission. The chair of the commission shall appoint 3 people to a probable cause panel and shall designate its chair. The recommendations for the individuals for the probable cause panel are Commissioner Sharon Taylor Ellis, who is our sitting commissioner, and we would recommend that she be chair. Nancy Bradley, former commissioner of 20 years, and Doug Wagner, former commissioner of 8 years. Commissioner Williams, would you like to appoint the recommended individuals to the probable cause panel?
As acting chair, I would like to appoint the recommendations of executive director to the probable cause panel.
So congratulations to Commissioner Sharon Taylor Ellis, Nancy Bradley, and Doug Wagner. We look forward to collaborating with you. And that is the end of my report.
Awesome. Next on our agenda is legal counsel report. Counselor?
I do not have a report for the commission at this time.
Outstanding. Degree institutional licensure issues, item number 6A, institutions ordered to appear back before the commission. It looks as if we have a couple. Section A on the agenda is for institution ordered to appear back before the commission. We'll take these 2 institutions individually. Number 1 is Florida Career College, Miami, number 1792. If you are here from the institution, please come to the podium. Introduce yourself.
Hi, good morning. My name is Denise Rebello, and I am the Regional Director of Regulatory Compliance for International Education Corporation. And I am here representing Florida Career College today. I would like to start by providing the Commission an update and let you know that we are disappointed to cease operations in 2024 after Florida Career College has served the state with high demand programs for underserved population for more than 40 years. However, I am pleased to report that we are conducting an orderly closure with integrity and quality. We are one of very few post-secondary education schools that made the expensive but responsible decision to teach out our FCC students. We took this responsibility very seriously and focused on providing top quality training to students in teach out, demonstrated by our superior student retention, completion, and placement records. Our orderly closure is evidenced by the continuous and transparent communication with students, staff, this commission, our accreditor, and the U.S. Department of Education. We provided a 30-day closure notice to CIE and COE for each FCC location that included a plan for storing students' records and the appropriate refunds of student fees. FCC will be permanently closing all remaining campuses effective February 15th, 2024. This decision to close FCC's doors was not made lightly, and it comes after exhaustive efforts to explore alternative solutions and avenues to ensure the continued success and well-being of our students and staff. We understand the impact this closure may have on our students, faculty, and the community, and we're committed to supporting them through this transition. Resources and assistance will be provided to help any remaining students explore transfer options to other educational institutions and address any questions or concerns they may have. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated faculty, staff, and employers who have contributed to the success and growth of FCC students and graduates over the years. Their commitment to our mission has made a lasting impact on the lives of many students. In addition, Florida Career College would like to thank the Commission for Independent Education and the state of Florida for the support and guidance over the past 4 decades. And finally, it has been our honor and privilege to serve 10 Florida communities through our career education programs and to transform students' lives, their families, and their generations ahead. Thank you.
Thank you for that, ma'am. Commissioners, are there any discussion? I'd like to say that I'm saddened by this chain of events, and I applaud the detailed and meticulous plan you guys have made to serve your students and to train them and to do, I believe, what you've always done, which is focus on their career success. And I hope the other people in this room see this as an opportunity to potentially absorb some of your outstanding staff who would make great additions to their schools, and some good could come out of this in some way. So thank you for that and really appreciate it. Are there any public comment on this matter? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Cross, seconded by Commissioner Taylor Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The staff recommendation is adopted. Good luck, young lady.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, I know you'll all be excited to hear about New Professions Technical Institute, Miami, number 1556. Mr. Reyes, you need no introduction, but if you'd like to offer one,
Thank you,
we're welcome to accept it.
No. I think I've said enough. You all know me anyway. Based on the commission's report, the clerk's report back on October 27th, there was 3 areas of contention that the commission wanted to hear about. One was our placement improvement plan for various programs that were below benchmark, and I'll get to that. Second was the retention improvement plan for the accounting technology program. I'm here to say that the accounting technology program was discontinued at our request to our accreditors back on July 25th, 2022, which they gave us a letter saying it was discontinued. Immediately afterwards, on 0801, I sent the same letter to CIE asking that we be discontinued the accounting technology program. Still haven't gotten a response. So therefore, I cannot give you any answer regarding the accounting technology improvement plan because we terminated it 2 years ago. Now, I brought it up to their attention, still waiting for their acknowledgement. Next one. The commission is brought forward the idea that our medical assistant program, which had 4 students during the same time period, has not progressed. Well, of those 4, 1 has moved out of the area, 2 lives within an area that they do not have transportation, So if they can't find employment within listen to this now, a 1-block radius from where they live, they're not going to go and seek it out. The third person that graduated went to our nursing program and is due to graduate in May of this year. Therefore, it's impossible for me to give you an update of their placement plan. Lastly, the Associate of Nursing. We all know it hasn't been a very good year, hasn't been a very good program, but we have diligently tried to improve our program. We have submitted to our accrediting agency a 9-point plan to improve not only the retention but the placement of our Associate of Nursing program. I provided this information to my program specialist as early as 9 January 2024. So I believe you have everything else in the packet as far as NCLEX passing rate, interim certification, English proficiency, admissions, student ethics conduct, exit exam, and we even hired a psychologist to ensure that our students from gen eds to nursing are qualified and mentally prepared to take the 17-month challenge to pass the program. We provided a nursing questionnaire, and all that was placed in the packet as early as the 9th of this month. We have until the 28th of November to submit to ACID, our accrediting agency, the findings of what resulted from our January 5th graduating class. So there is everything I can provide you as far as new professions updates. Do you have any questions?
Thank you for that exhaustive recant of the process. I want to tell you how much I look forward to our chats, Mr. Reyes. I really do.
Well, I'm not, and I'm going to let you finish with new profession because I'm here for something else. But go ahead.
Okay, well, we're going to follow what's on the agenda. So if you're here for something that's not on the agenda, we're not going to address that from the podium today. So the staff recommendations were to accept the NCLEX report. So commissioners, do you have any discussion for Mr. Reyes? If there's no discussion, is there any public comment on the matter? Then hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, seconded by Commissioner Marty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendations are adopted. Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
Have a good day, sir.
All right. Application for provisional licensure, item B, section B on the agenda. We're going to take these institutions individually. Number one, if I'm saying this correctly, is Alep University, Sunrise, number 12808. If you are here from that institution, please approach the podium, introduce yourself.
Good morning again. Dr. Jorge Milan, Alep University President.
How are you today, sir?
Good, thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any discussion?
Good morning. Will you tell us about your school, your university? Give us some more context from you about the university that you're starting.
Okay, thank you. Yes, our university, our three programs, master's degree, are in Masters of Biomedical Engineering, Masters of Quality and Regulatory Affairs, and Masters of Innovation and Entrepreneurship. These three programs are a reflection of our experience in the medical device sector, in the biotech sector, and we believe that this is one of the industries that is really growing, and we want to help the industry. We Privately, we have a medical device lab, and we work with many medical device companies and pharmaceutical companies that they have expressed a need for qualified people. So we are in that sector, and we believe that there is a big need for people who with experience, professional, and that's where we come to provide that, to students, people who have already got a bachelor's degree to get into these programs, and because we are in the industry, we have access to other companies that could place them, and we are really excited about this opportunity.
Thank you. Is 100% online?
100% online, but the students will have an opportunity to do internships. So we'll go into companies.
Thank you. That was going to be my second question. So online plus an internship, externship with those companies. Excellent. Thank you.
I'd like to know how are you going to be approaching, how do you know you're going to get enough students, because obviously you got to have a critical mass in order for the program to be successful and for you to take care of all expenses. So where are you finding these people with bachelor's degree, and what type of, I don't know, are you doing it through industry? How are you finding these people?
Yeah, we are a sponsor company, which is called Sigma Scientific Services. It's an FDA accredited lab, and we have a footprint in 15 countries and many medical device companies that we initially are going to target those companies for people who may be interested in enrolling into our program. So this really focused into that industry, and we have access to many companies that have great need. Also, in the second instance, we are going to approach recruiting agencies that we always get, those staffing agencies asking for, if we have opportunities for, in the biotech sector for engineers. So we believe doing a collaboration with those industry, we can provide the training and the education that they need, the potential candidates. So it's really targeted to that sector, the medical device and pharmaceutical companies.
You're planning to open classes when?
I'm sorry?
When are you planning to have the first group of students?
We are planning to start like around March or April of this year. To start, we already have initially some people that we know that we have, some investigation about desires and needs, and potentially in April, I would say. So, yeah.
Can I inquire, are the Innovation Entrepreneurship Program and the Regulatory Affairs and Quality Assurance programs related to biomedical engineering or healthcare specifically?
At this time, yes. This is oriented to companies that are developing technologies. If you are asking for the Innovation Entrepreneurship Program, yes. And also the Quality and Regulatory Affairs. Everything is related into the healthcare sector.
Yeah, I asked that because I suppose a modifier might help clarify that it's industry specific. It's rather broad when you say innovation and entrepreneurship. It would help me understand. I suppose it may help your students understand as well.
Right. Yeah. Although the principles in innovation and entrepreneurship apply to many different industry sectors, but our initial target are those people. So we will provide some exposure to big, pharma and medical device companies to participate.
And who's the governing body for regulatory affairs over biomedical engineering?
There is no, per se, like accreditation or things like that, but in general terms, the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, is the one that regulates the distribution, commercialization of medical devices and pharma. But the program by itself does not require to have, some type of accreditation.
So if there's no body or, defined certification there, how do they take this regulatory affairs quality assurance forward to employment to recognize it as a need, as a necessity to have it?
Well, in this industry, in the medical device industry, normally,
No, I don't know.
People or medical device companies, when they need to approve their devices or their products here or in Europe or any other country, normally there are a set of regulations and laws, and so the medical device companies and pharma, they always are trying to get consultants, people who do regulatory affairs and quality assurance to, jump into this and understand the laws and understand the regulations and provide the help that they need to get those products approved, But the regulation agency is the FDA or in Europe, MDR.
Yeah, look, everybody I know that's in medical device industry does very, very well for themselves. I'm not discounting the need for it. I'm just trying to understand the pathway that this creates, and someone else recognizes that that degree as a reason to hire that person. And that's all.
A lot of companies, they hire people with any type of background, and they learn by experience. But the learning curve is really a lot of years.
I bet.
But nowadays, there are, programs oriented to get more specific, focused learning on these topics instead of spending like years and years trying to learn by error. So it's really a quick, not a quick, but it's a expedited path to learn and get the knowledge that they need so they can be effective in all these type of approvals and regulations.
Sure. It makes sense to me. Obviously, there's enormous demand, and those within the industry do very well for themselves. Commissioners, any further discussion?
Yeah, Chair, I have some questions here. I know you mentioned medical device companies would be prospective students. Are these mostly all international?
No. As a matter of fact, I think our largest, our target is here in the U.S. Because in the U.S. we have good regulations, and the FDA is really top of the line on these regulations. Other countries, they don't have that much, it's just like a paperwork. But in here in the United States, especially the FDA, is really adding a lot of scientific knowledge and scientific rationale to everything that medical device companies do for approval. So to have a really professional background on this is really important, it's needed.
Do you foresee Sigma Scientific employees feeding into this program? Or is the intention more?
I think more like providing the connections to medical device companies that Sigma serves. Not directly really employed by Sigma initially, probably in the future in quality, because Sigma is an ISO 17025 accredited lab. So yeah, there is a need for quality, but we see especially target all the companies that we serve initially in the area. Florida, for example, is a big biotech sector. They have a lot of medical device companies. So I see that with this advanced knowledge, we're getting really, really good into the field of, approving and being in compliance with medical device regulations and pharma.
And I had a question related to what Chair mentioned earlier about programs, but the other program, the biomedical engineering, when I see that, I think of that as a traditional engineering program, but when I looked at the program, the course listing, it's not. And so I just want to make sure prospective students have an understanding that it's not a traditional engineering degree. Because I looked at that going, I would never be able to qualify for that, but I actually would. I have a business degree, but I would qualify for your biomedical. So what kind of jobs are these students getting? What is their understanding of what kind of positions they can get with that degree?
For the biomedical engineering degree?
Yes.
Yeah, nowadays, engineering is not really, it's like a teamwork. It's a multidisciplinary team work. So in biomedical engineering, you can learn in our program quality, management systems, for example, learn about medical devices. And normally in other universities that have a biomedical engineering program, they are more focused towards research, like specific topics. We are more like a support And for those companies that, yeah, require more advanced knowledge, but to participate in multidisciplinary teams where they need knowledge in quality, need knowledge in medical devices, need knowledge on this. So those are going to be really crucial in companies that are developing technologies.
Does it help with salespeople who want a background in medical devices or customer service folks, or is it intended to be technical, like going to a technical part of a medical device company?
I would say that it's more like oriented to being in the engineering, business development, not sales, but in the sense of product development, you know, to have an understanding of different aspects of medical devices and pharma that involve, you know, advanced knowledge in these topics, you know. So not really sales, it's more like, it requires more knowledge, you know, of the devices by itself.
Could I have a follow-up question to that? Because
Yeah.
I'm looking at the curriculum, and these people are only taking 2 credit hours in anything that resembles engineering, and it's clinical engineering and technology management. So is this really, and you're also only requiring a 2.0 to get into this master's degree. Normally, that's unheard of. So are these people going to understand that, I'm agreeing with Commissioner Cross, that this is not, when you think of biomedical engineering, it's a lot of sciences on these courses. It's a lot of prerequisites that are needed. So you could get somebody with a 2.0 in psychology, give them a master's degree with 2 credits in clinical engineering, and you're going to call those people that have a master in biomedical engineering. If I was an employer, I'd be very confused to hire this individual, unless I have seen what you're teaching them. So I don't know, I have a problem with the title of the program.
Yeah, I think the discussion centers around the fact that the commission wants you to be successful and the commission wants your students to be successful. And because of that, we think it's prudent to consider modifiers and the the vernacular around what this program is teaching, so that students don't step in thinking they're getting an engineering degree. Right? I was terrible at math, so I avoided the engineering things entirely. So someone may come into this engineering thinking they're going to go through the traditional suite of engineering program, right? When using that word. But the whole discussion centered around the idea that we said innovation and entrepreneurship, which is a massively broad, vague category, but if it's specific within your industry, if I want to be a software entrepreneur, I may look at this innovation and entrepreneurship and think, okay, I can learn how to be an entrepreneur here, but it's actually very niche what you're doing. I think what we're saying here is it might be helpful to consider a contingency for program name modification and perhaps the associated documents. What do we call those documents here?
So it would be all of the updated documents, your catalog or enrollment agreements, anything that has the name of the titles on it would need to be resubmitted.
Yeah, sir, do you understand why we're saying that, how that is kind of confusing perhaps to the students?
Yeah, I understand this.
Yeah, and are you amenable to the idea that it actually might help you, help the students understand what they're achieving?
Right, especially what I heard was the master's in biomedical engineering.
Mm-hmm.
That's the most. Just let me make a note. I also come from the medical device industry. Before being in Sigma, I worked with big companies, and normally for example, in quality and regulatory affairs, they hire a lot of people who don't have engineering backgrounds, and they do just well based on experience and knowledge that they have gained. The biomedical engineering, yeah, it might be a little bit, so we'll have to add a requirement probably to be from engineering background, biomedical engineering background.
No, we're not suggesting you change the curriculum. We're suggesting you change the name of the program to match your curriculum. So we're just talking about the name of the program. It's not really an engineering master's, I think, Commissioner Cross, is that fair to say?
Right.
Yeah, so no one's challenging you on the quality of your curriculum. We just think that the names of the programs need to represent what that curriculum is. For instance, when you say regulatory affairs, quality assurance, when you say regulatory affairs, I think about Washington, D.C., which is ironic considering the follow-up words are quality assurance, and there's none of that there, right? But still, I have no idea what industry this is. It could be the travel transport industry. I don't know what that's teaching the student. And I realize that all of your programs are with one area, but the names of them aren't conveying that to a prospective student.
Sure, yeah.
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 I think there's big demand for what you're doing. I want you to be successful. This commission wants your students to be successful. So
it would be like a name change to reflect the curriculum.
exactly.
Yeah. We can do the update. Yeah.
Okay, outstanding. So then it sounds like we.
Hang on.
Yes, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just a quick comment. Looking over this, I just want to state that credit is deserved insofar as it seems like you are identifying a niche that is needed. And if you can find a way of branding that appropriately, I anticipate it will be successful.
Mm-hmm.
It seems that the focal point of your biomedical engineering is actually health technology leadership.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And it seems that the focal point of your regulatory affairs and quality assurance is focused on the applied aspects of that for these kinds of devices. And there's a huge need for that in a broader set of employer possibilities than the ones that you mentioned. So I just want to put these on your radar. Pharmaceutical labs, university, medical schools, computer science and robotics departments, AI companies focusing on healthcare that want to register their algorithms as medical devices. Of course, you mentioned medical device companies, healthcare system innovation centers, even vitamin and weight management development industry. I mean, there's just a broad range given the way that you describe this. And so I think that there is tremendous potential if you think about that and its range of possibilities, but with the appropriate tweaking so that you can get your niche market.
Right, yeah. Thank you.
Down here. All right. Is there any other discussion, Commissioners? So I think we're looking for a motion to accept staff recommendations with a new contingency to modify the title of the programs to ensure they are not misleading to the public and submit the updated documents which include those modified program titles. Pretty easy lift. Do I have a motion?
I'm sorry, Acting Chair, do we wish to clarify which of the programs we want him to rename?
We're talking about all three.
All three?
Was anyone not talking about all three?
No, the middle one that we didn't address explicitly, the issue there is that it seems to imply a broader range of innovation and entrepreneurship than the focal point of the curriculum. And so it's more than just a difference between general principles and a specialty. It seems that the entire curriculum is oriented towards that specialty and therefore should be reflected in the name.
So then the new contingency would be to modify all three titles.
Can we also have a clarification of how much time we want to give him from issuance of the clerked order?
You can get this done before lunch, can't you? I'm just kidding. 90 days.
Health technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, good.
And Chair, do you wish to clarify for the record that authority will be delegated by the Commission to Executive Director Hurst to issue the provisional license when the contingency is satisfied?
Yeah, if that was not already outlined in the staff recommendations because there was no original contingency, then yes, we do delegate that authority to the Executive Director. So then, are we now looking for a motion with that new contingency to accept staff recommendations to modify the titles of the programs to ensure they're not misleading to the public and submit the updated document which include the modified program titles, and to delegate authority to the executive director and the staff accordingly. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Commissioner Cross?
Second.
Commissioner Stefano? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir, for talking through that with us. We think you're going to be very successful.
Thank you.
Oh, I have one last question. I'm sorry to ask you. Can you tell me if you pulled Alep, what that name comes from?
Alep is a Hebrew letter, the first Hebrew letter, and in the ancient Hebrew, it means strength, power, leadership, and education.
Nice.
How many times have you read The Alchemist?
Many times.
How many times?
Many times.
Many times. Thought so. All right. I'm a big
So
fan. Too. That's
just
what
a note on that, there is a pictograph of the Alep, which was a picture of an ox. And in the ancient Hebrew, that was when there is an older ox, like an old ox, was connected or by a yoke to a younger one. And so the older one was carrying the load of teaching how to plow, how to do the work, and the younger one was learning. That's the concept of Alep. Just we have the experience, but we want to transfer that experience and knowledge to young people or to people who don't have the experience so they can learn how to work in this industry, how to contribute. So that's the meaning of Alep.
Thanks for clarifying. I'm a big fan of that literature as well, and I
All right.
meant to ask you earlier. Thanks for coming back. I love it.
Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda, I apologize if I'm saying it incorrectly, Betania International University in Doral, number 12796. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please come to the podium, introduce yourself. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. Linda Tosas, consultant.
Good morning, Vanessa Molina, Campus Director.
Good morning, Luis Fabregas, Betania International University President.
And good morning, Ezra Tosas, Liner Consulting.
Thank you all for being here. Commissioners, would someone like to open discussion? If not, I would like to have a conversation with you guys about your facility and understand the space that you guys are operating within and its capacity, et cetera. I know that's a broad general question, but can you tell me a little bit about the space that you're in and what that looks like?
Hello. Yes, we will have 4,000 square feet in our facilities that is designated for classrooms, conference rooms, and offices.
Okay. I think there had been some question about the address that you guys providing representing the amount of square footage that you're describing there. Is the space that you're in, has there been modifications to allow for that? Or
We
please.
provided an updated list
Okay.
right before the meeting, so maybe you don't have them, but we could provide it again if
Right.
needed.
So the disparity is
reflect that-
changed by
that
that
change.
updated lease? Okay. And that shows an amendment of some sort on that lease with the floor plan?
Correct.
Staff, are you aware of?
So we have not seen the new updated lease, but can you kind of tell us, is that still the same suite? Can you walk us through your new lease agreement?
It's just reflecting the question that the program specialist has was specifically on the suite number, that it wasn't matching the address, so that was updated.
Is the suite number 450, or was it a different suite number?
It's 450. Everything is 450. So now it reflects that.
Did you submit the updated floor plan as well?
I can't recall that, but we can resubmit. It's no problem.
Okay. So my recommendation for that would be they still have a contingency to submit documentation demonstrating that the physical facility is adequate to support delivery of those programs. If you can also send that to us as well, we would appreciate it.
Sure.
So we can leave that motion as is with the existing contingency?
Yes.
All right.
I got a question.
Please, go ahead.
From what I see here, you're going to have business administrative bachelor, master's, healthcare management, bachelor, master's, and hospitality and tourism, which is pretty ambitious. And the tuition is $500 per credit for the bachelor, $650 per credit for the master's. Are you expecting to have some accreditation so that you could be competitive in the field? Are you recruiting from the state of Florida or internationally? What is your marketing plan? Because it's a lot of money, and obviously you're not going to have financial aid at the beginning. So, and to open so many programs at once, we need really some type of accreditation.
Good morning. So accreditation, with the process, it is part of the plan of growth. But in order to apply to DEAC, which would be the accrediting body, they would have to be functioning for 2 years and have the first graduating cohort to even apply. So strategically, the reasoning of placing the university in Doral, Florida, there's been over 3,000 companies that have established in those specific areas needing staffing. So they have identified through different program advisory committees in which owners and representatives of businesses were part of that, explaining what was the specific need of those sectors. So accreditation would be first, would come after the first graduating group.
No, which I understand. You got to be open 2 years, but like maybe it's better to start with less programs because it's going to cost a lot of money to be able to offer all the programs unless, you know, you already have a critical mass. I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure that you do succeed. But it's a lot of competition in that area.
Yeah, I think what Commissioner Marty is speaking to is the infrastructure and the fixed overhead associated with the scale of your programs, right? I applaud you for your ambitions, and you guys have liquidity at least to support your current operations. But I think what will happen very quickly is you deplete that liquidity because you have a low velocity of enrollment spread across multiple programs, and you can have that when you have a concentration with one segment because you only have X number of staff associated with it.
We would like to clarify that the programs are 100% online and hybrid. So the hybrid modality is only 30% on campus and 70% online. So the majority of the things will be happening on the platform. So that helps when you're not using a facility to the 100% of the extent. It's limited because for the purpose of this application, it's 100% online and hybrid, which is 30 and 70. And 30 is on campus and 70 online.
So you're going to offer both, just for clarification, you're going to offer both a choice of pure online or hybrid?
Sir. Yes, sir.
So what are you going to do with that 4,000 square feet if you're only 30% in person? I'm just thinking about your overhead, that's all.
We have thinking about having courses, professional development courses that will help the university. Those are to help employers in the area with short courses that they may need for in-service and professional development.
And those aren't contemplated on
Those are not contemplated because they're not part of the licensing requirement. But on a side note, we're just sharing with you how we can utilize the space.
Professional development courses within the same facility? All right.
And are you planning to launch all 6 programs at the same time, or start with bachelor's and then launch master's?
Well, the demand specifically in South Florida with the different communities that the meetings have occurred based on the small Chamber of Commerces and the various consulates of companies that have established their residency in South Florida. It's a various professionals that have already bachelor's degree and are seeking the postgraduate degree, and then some that are seeking to get into the field. So really, once the admissions process or marketing would begin, then that's how it would be set up.
And are you targeting, so what I'm hearing in here, and good questions, because it really clarifies, you are offering an online program or a online hybrid program. And is the online program targeted for Florida students, and or is it broader to international or throughout the U.S.?
Yeah, it's all for South Florida. With the increased traffic, just within one county to the other can be an hour, hour and a half. So it's to make it easier for the student, but the hybrid, identifying that some people still want to be able to meet with a cohort or with the actual faculty and have that connection with the actual staff. So that's why the variety of both modalities.
Thank you.
So are you enrolling students from abroad?
No. It would be all from anywhere in the state of Florida, but focusing really, a lot of it was in the South Florida area.
Okay. Can you help me understand the impetus for the words international university, if that's the case?
Well, the location in South Florida, in Doral specifically, where all the companies really are located, we have companies from Asia to South America, Central America, and Europe. So not limiting to just one exactly denominations, considering that so many of the businesses there are representing from throughout the world.
So since you're considering these professional development courses that aren't contemplated within the licensure of this body, how much of your revenue do you anticipate to come from those that we have no oversight
It's hard to say, but we could create a projection. The projection only includes right now the programs for the process for this application, but we could work on a projection since we haven't done any advertisement or really reached out. We don't have that information, but we could try and put something together.
Do you have employers who you've already spoken to about that? I guess that's the point, is I'm looking for the demand for that.
Yeah, I mean, employers did approach that. Some of the demands or necessity that they've identified in their companies are, example, accent reduction for some of their international staff, being able to communicate with terminology in their sector. So small courses like that would lead into their employability.
Yeah, okay. I mean, no one would second guess the need for hospitality and tourism in your market, for sure. So that seemed rather obvious. And I suppose stacking them, you're really talking about 3 industries, not necessarily 6.
I just want to add, Chair, I agree with Commissioner Marty that, you can certainly offer what you want, but the price point is very high, and I think you're going to have some challenges there. But I do want to commend that you definitely budgeted for advertising very well, and I appreciate seeing that. And I think that will set you up for success, knowing that you're going to have to invest to compete, because the big players out there are half that price. And so, going back to Commissioner Marty's comments, you just got to be prepared for that.
One of my concerns is that because they're very different, hospitality and tourism is very specific. So you're going to need to have different professors, different people. And if you only get 3 to 5 people in a course, it's going to be a very tough. So I'm trying to kind of protect your finances. That's what I was suggesting, that maybe you start with something, because let's say a bachelor, you're going to get people that need the first freshman, and you're going to get people, you're not going to have the critical mass per class. So think about that, because you're risking a lot of money without, I don't know, it sounds difficult, and I'm in Doral.
Yeah, I think what we're saying is that you guys have obviously taken the licensure seriously. You got infrastructure, you got space. You've allotted the correct amount of money you need to find those students who and connect with them so they know you exist. It's purely a discussion of a recommendation, not something as a contingency here to perhaps consider phasing in the one that you have the highest demand for first. Let that be your bread and butter, and make the, realize that revenue, and then add-ons the other ones where you have more competition and more difficulty competing against other providers in that market. So, I don't have a contingency for that. Staff, commissioners, any other discussion?
Just a quick comment. It would be good for us to be mindful of the distinction between a hybrid program and a dual track program.
Okay.
Maybe that's an important way of kind of classifying this. As far as the structure of the program, for those that pursue the online format, is there any requirement for any percentage of it to be done in person?
No, sir.
No. So it would be really dual track. They could choose one or the other. Right. Presumably, each of those are associated with different overhead costs. So, the amount of students that you have in one or the other. If you were to phase this in, I'm sure you'll kind of consider this, but it seems that the master's programs would have less overhead because there's less diversity of topics and the size of them is more manageable. On the other hand, the bachelor's programs could serve as a feeder for your master's programs, so you'll have to weigh out your projections and see what kind of phasing makes most sense. But in terms of the way that you advertise it, just think about distinguishing it from other hybrid programs which have a different meaning. Basically, you want to say this is modality flexible and someone can choose to do it in the style that works best for their learning preferences.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All right, hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Cross and Commissioner Stefano. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, number 3 within this section is Bluefield University, Port St. Lucie, number 12831. Staff recommendation has been provided. If you're here from the institution, please come to the podium, introduce yourself. Bluefield University. Bueller. All right. Commissioners, do we have discussion? I have a question around working capital and around their affiliation location outside of the state, I believe. No one online, no one here. So, Director, how would you like to answer those questions?
If you do have questions, if the commissioners have questions, and they would like to bring them back in front of the commission at the next scheduled meeting or at a future meeting, you can make the motion to let our general counsel explain the actual motion, but we can delay their decision from the commission and have them appear back at the next meeting.
So they would have to agree to that.
If there are deficiencies that you commissioners find in their application and you want to state what those are for the record, you can deny their license, and then if they want to contest that explicit denial, they can come before the commission in an informal hearing and explain why they should be given their license.
Question, clarification, can we defer without denying?
Commissioners, for the purpose of discussion, you can see on the summary of page 3, my concerns around working capital, regardless of total assets, if we're initiating a program. I understand it, but that's a considerable number that I wish we could discuss from someone affiliated, right, or a representative of the school.
My biggest question is, do they already have schools elsewhere? Because that's a lot of money.
Yeah, that was my note about Virginia.
Right. That was my question.
Yeah, so it is, and if
Talking
I'm
about-
remembering correctly, they have operations in another state in Virginia.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's,
Okay, so I think the prudent motion here, I've conferred with Executive Director Hurst. The commission may issue a delay one time of up to 90 days to consider an application. So the motion I would recommend is a delay of 90 days of consideration of the application, as well as an order that the institution appear before the commission at the March meeting.
I agree with that.
I could do that motion. I like that motion. So,
And for the record, can the commissioners please express their exact concerns related to this for the record, so when they appear back, we can convey those to the institution?
My exact concerns were how their assets and liabilities are reflected relative to the parent company. We want to make sure that this is something that's being taken seriously before the license is issued, and it would appear that between looking at how the finances are laid out and the fact that no one is here to have a discussion about that, perhaps that I'm not really taking this as seriously as I would like to see. I just want to have a discussion about a 7-digit negative in working capital. Anybody else?
Could we succinctly put that as notwithstanding the substantial assets on record, we would like discussion regarding the negative working capital and to understand it within the purview of their broader business activities.
Yeah, well said. All right, then do we have a motion to accept to have a one-time delay? We're phrasing this correctly?
Right, so the motion is that the notice of intent will note that the commission has questions as to how the assets and liabilities of the institution relate to the parent company, as well as questions regarding the 7-digit negative working capital of the institution. Accordingly, the motion is that the commission is going to issue a 90-day licensure delay pursuant to Florida statute, and an order that the institution appear before the commission at the March meeting.
Well said, Counselor. I'm glad you're here.
can I just move that without repeating it?
You may, Commissioner.
So I move.
Commissioner Marty, do I have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Cross, any opposed? Oh, excuse me, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, the next item on our agenda is number 4, South College Tampa Skills Lab, number 12868. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from that institution, hello, sir. Please come to the podium and introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is James McCoy, campus president of South College Orlando.
Thank you for being here. I have a note on yours, and I wrote the words sympathy and empathy beside yours. I'm a multi-location licensee, and I understand the complexities associated with geography. Let's just put it that way, right? Even for a subcomponent of your existing program. And I'm hoping that at some point in the future, the commission can help us all rectify that for those with aspirations of growing right beyond our physical limits at the time. Can you, for the purposes of everyone else understanding, because I think I understand it, express how this is a subset of what you're actually already doing?
It is our approved BSN program out of Orlando. We have a target market in Tampa. So instead of having the student come to the lab hours here, we work with CAMELS, which is part of the USF system, to use their CAMELS facility as the lab site there. So they're not having to make that commute from Tampa over to Orlando for the lab usage, because will be doing their clinicals in the Tampa Bay area.
And because that is a different physical structure, it requires a separate license.
Exactly.
Or more specifically, because it's a different physical structure that's more than 10 miles away, because it can't be an auxiliary classroom, right?
Right.
Even though if it was within 10 miles, I would just tell them to drive to my existing location. Sorry, I'll get off my soapbox.
That's okay.
All right. Thanks for going through the process, right, of making that legitimate, and thank you for thinking of what's most convenient for your students and making it possible for them to be successful, right, with the least number of hurdles in front of them. Commissioners, any discussion? Is there any public comment? All right, hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Stefano and Commissioner Taylor Ellis, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is accepted. Thank you, sir, for being here and explaining that all to us.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Number 5 on our agenda, South Florida Nursing College, Pembroke Pines, number 12749. I do not have the word sympathy or empathy written beside this one, but that doesn't mean I don't have it for you. If you are here from the institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Dr. Yinka Taylor. I'm the campus president.
Lydia Taylor, Vice President.
Good morning. Thank you both for being here. Commissioners, is there any discussion?
Good morning. Well, I'm over here. Hello.
Hi. Oh, good morning. I can see
You heard a voice from somewhere.
Commissioner Sharon.
Glad you're here. Will you tell us about your school and how you differentiate from other schools that are similar in the area?
Thank you very much for that question. South Florida Nursing College, we plan on being affordable while delivering quality. One of the things that we plan on doing is to make sure that we have a student-centered campus where the students feel really welcome. And at the same time, we're going to ensure that it's a rigorous program because we need to have our students successful so that the school can be successful.
And I see that it is a combination of 2 programs that have online and 1 is fully on campus. Is that correct?
That is correct. We have the PN program, which is completely on campus. We have the RN-BSN program, which is fully online. And we have the MSN-ED program, which is fully online.
Can you help me understand your operations out of Tennessee?
Say that again?
Do you have operations in Tennessee, the state of Tennessee?
No.
That was the previous.
Ah.
I've never been to Tennessee, by the way.
There, I clicked on the wrong one. They had a lot of money. I'm sorry, that wasn't you.
I think the sympathy was swapped.
Right? Yeah, right?
I have another question. So is there an existing campus, another, in Miami? Is there something in Miami as well?
We're brand new.
Brand new school?
Yes.
Okay.
How do you plan to attract students to your program, given the competitive environment?
One of the things we are doing is we're reaching out to ALFs, medical facilities, different spaces where you have CNAs, medical assistants, HHAs, students that can be recruited into our PN program, because there's that possibility that they're going to earn more if they are able to become practical nurses. We also plan, in terms of the online programs, to advertise heavily on Google and LinkedIn to attract the right set of students to the school.
How many students do you plan the first year?
We are hoping that if we are aggressive enough and message catches on, that we will have 25 for each of those programs.
And just given your revenue projected and your comment regarding Google, you're not adequately, you don't have adequate funds budgeted for Google if that's going to be one of your primary sources. And so I would, recommend that we take a look at the budget as a contingency, because it's, if you had, you were talking about relationships earlier in business development. If that was your plan and you had a supply of students coming in, that makes sense. But if you're relying on Google, which I would understand why, it would be very expensive to operate. So I just want to make sure that's...
Commissioner Carlson, maybe, I don't see them here, but it may be prudent to ask for financials of the principal, because the entity itself, right, has limited assets for that purpose. But if the principal owner is funding that, right, but I don't think we have those financials. If we see that those are more significant, I'd feel more comfortable with that. I think there's another point that we need to bring up here. We have a licensed institution, this commission does, that is called South Florida College of Nursing. And you are called South Florida Nursing College. And I think that has the opportunity to cause their phone to ring and yours to ring, vice versa, constantly with questions, because those are, confusing. Commissioners, do you have thoughts on that? It's obviously the name of your entity, and because it's different, you're able to do that, right? But just expressing the concern over that being so similar.
How do you hope to achieve brand distinctiveness given the similarity?
I think in terms of our corporate manifestation, we are going to be very distinctive. Our logo is distinctive. Actually, I didn't even know this institution existed until much later. I'm like, oh my gosh, there's this other school. But in terms of, I think it's the corporate manifestation that would make the difference, because we have a distinctive logo. We don't have all the same programs. And in terms of our phones ringing, hopefully we have different phone numbers. So we will definitely make every effort to make sure that we set the market that we have identified for ourselves. We focus on it with the right media and project a message of ethical practice, which is going to be really key in terms of the way that we want to manifest ourselves as an institution, the rigor of our program, and the engagement with the community, because we're going to be very visible at different fairs, at different community events. It might have been the market for a long time, but I can assure you, the people will know who we are and where we are and what we are all about.
I think to Commissioner Cross's point, the cost of recruitment and enrollment is going to quickly chew into your budget, and we do have the controlling principles, by the way. Thank you for providing those. Are you in a position and prepared to make those capital injections when necessary? Because it would likely require that, right, on your behalf.
Definitely.
I like your confidence. Well, then for me, the only outstanding issue is the consideration of how close that name is to another licensed institution. It's obviously different, but not very different at all. If I was the South Florida College of Nursing, I would have a problem with you calling yourself the South Florida Nursing College. In an effort to head off potential conflicts in the future, I think it's worth discussing.
Is there any precedent for how this sort of issue has been navigated?
By the commission?
I don't think so.
Standard 1 of the rules in the Florida Administrative Code, stipulates that the name of the institution must not be misleading to the public. In situations when staff have found that a name could be misleading, it's been recommended, and this commission has adopted the recommendation that the institution submit a change of name, a fictitious name, something that would not be potentially misleading to students. So the commission can add a contingency that within a time certain, the institution change its names.
Do you guys understand our concern for that?
We would really like to keep the name, but if you don't have any option, yeah, we'll change it.
I don't feel strongly enough about it to require that as a contingency personally. Commissioners, I just think that it's opening the door for it to be back in front of us a year from now, right, when someone else perhaps brings this.
For clarity, are they in the same area or not? When I just went in and Googled, I found something I think is in Tampa, and I don't know if it is a very different area of Florida
That's a good point.
in that
Yeah.
But
regard.
the South Florida College of Nursing is in Doral, Florida, which is not that far.
Okay.
Pembroke Pine and
Google failed me
Doral
on
are
this one.
very close.
Yeah, very
At
close.
20 minutes.
Yes, the
drive.
other entity is in Doral.
Okay. I agree with this concern.
If the programs in both institutions are online, the geographic proximity is also relativized as a consideration.
I'm willing to let them move forward with it as is. I just think we're going to see it again.
Do you want to have a vote on it?
Yeah, we can vote on that. That'd be fun. Looking for a commissioner majority on whether we should add a contingency for this? For some sort of change?
So the motion is to add the contingency that the institution change its name, the name it has on file with the Florida Department of State, and submit updated application materials which reflect it within 90 days of issuance of the clerked order. That is the motion. on the table, and the factual finding justifying that contingency would be the similarity in the name of South Florida Nursing College to South Florida College of Nursing.
So moved.
Second.
Dr. Stefano, how you feel about this?
Double-minded. On the one hand, I mean, I can see the benefits to them of name proximity. At the same time, I think it's a liability for the established entity and also for themselves in the future if something negative would happen to, let's say, the namesake. And therefore, in order to have adequate competition, you do need to have a certain amount of distinctiveness. And I can imagine that this would be confusing for students.
So I think this is the name of your entity and your doing business as fictitious name, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So I think that's the, let me put my business owner hat on for a second. Not necessarily as a commissioner, as a business owner, I would see and feel a liability starting something with a name of another institution being so close to that for a couple of reasons. They could come to me and send me a cease and desist and says, your name is too close to ours, and their attorney might send you a letter that says, you either fight us on this legally or you have to change your name, right? Which if someone named their business very close to mine would get from my attorney, right? But the other part of this is if that institution acts in ways that could damage their own reputation, it could also damage yours because the general public doesn't know the difference between the two, right? Those rumors begin to spread. Suddenly, you're known by the namesake, right, because of something that they did. You know, the same reason that they would send you a cease and desist if they're doing things right, because they say, hey, we don't want our name damaged by someone being so similar, is also a liability for you if they do something wrong, because then you're known by that. So just from a purely business standpoint, not as a commissioner, it's dangerous. Do you have thoughts on that, sir?
I have a question. What if we remove the word nursing? Would that make a difference? If you add it as South Florida College?
Yeah, I think that the point of having the nursing modifier in there so the folks know that that one's more important, in my opinion, to keep than the South Florida portion. Yeah, there is a South Florida State College, by the way, as well. All the good names are gone. Yeah. I think the commission wants to look out for your best interest and the best interest of those that have come before you and have been licensed. So I feel like we have a motion and a second, and we could move forward with that contingency of adding a contingency. And I would personally phrase it as to modify the name, not necessarily change that. And it could be as simple as the fictitious registration name. You obviously don't have to change your entity, right? You just go and register your fictitious name that you're doing business as, and your entity remains the same.
So that would be up to the executive director. So do we interface with the executive director on that?
So what would occur was they would add the contingency to your current recommendations, and then the authority is granted to the executive director to return you or to place you in your annual status once you satisfy those contingencies. So you are more than welcome to work with staff as you go kind of go through your process, and you can reach out to us to ask if you know there's any other institutions that are like named. But that would be, it would still be granting the authority once you satisfy that contingency to move you to your annual status.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, provisional status.
Yep. And this unique scenario, I think, would create a situation where in the future the director and her staff would sort of look out for these prior to them landing in front of us, right? To let folks know early on in the process. So you can set a good precedent for those that follow.
Okay, thank you.
While they're discussing that, as you consider other names, you might want to use perplexity.ai to search names that you're contemplating to see if there are others that are similar.
Okay. Could you say that website again?
Perplexity.ai.
Okay. Councilor, you say we need a vote post motion and second? Okay. Then, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, guys. This will be great for you guys in the long run.
Thank you very much.
I think we are on item C, application for annual license. I think we are taking these institutions individually, beginning with number 1, if I'm saying it correctly, Alep South Lake University, Claremont, number 10264. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institutions, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Good morning, sir. Thanks for being here.
Thank you. Dr. Eduardo Rivas, newly appointed Assistant Vice President for Academic Affairs and Chief Academic Officer. You do have it on record, 402 was filed.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on your newly appointment. Thanks for coming in to have this discussion with us this morning. How have things been going with you guys so far?
Good. You know, for a new institution, there's always trials and tribulations and up and downs, but it's moving forward.
Has there been anything that you guys didn't anticipate during your first year of licensure, or provisional, I should say?
A main one that occurred a few months back, a couple of months back, even before I came on board, was that their website was attacked by viruses, and so it impacted quite a few of the items and portals that serve students, obviously. And so it didn't impact data or anything like that, but I'm talking about they had to relaunch a brand new website. And that just happened this month. And so it did impact, you know, possibilities of getting information out in terms of marketing and that kind of thing. But everything is squared away and functioning correctly, and everything is moving forward.
I'm sorry to hear you guys went through that. How is your artificial intelligence program going, since people can't shut up talking about that these days?
We are marketing for that. As part of the recommendations that you've made to other institutions, especially those that are starting new, is to focus in on certain programs. And so the institution focused in on the digital marketing masters during the first semester that they enrolled students. And so right now we're aggressively marketing all of our other programs. If you follow us on Facebook or Instagram or YouTube or LinkedIn or any of the other ones, you will see that we're aggressively out there trying to meet our timeframes in terms of wanting to enroll students. And yes, the AI program obviously is showing interest, and so we're, our students basically are more international than anything else, and so there is an interest for that, obviously, and at the master's level more so.
When you say they're international, do you mean that they are enrolling from somewhere outside of the United States?
That's correct.
What kind of percentage are you?
Just about 100% right now.
Oh, wow. Is it from one particular geographic area?
South America, yes. We offer programs in Spanish and in English, and our Spanish programs are the ones that are being much more successful. Yes.
Quick comment. There are 3 recent studies on the jobs and sectors most affected by AI that might be prudent for you to look at in terms of a marketing or a strategy for helping the sectors that are most affected to upskill and transform through AI. So, something to consider.
Yes, ma'am.
How many students do you currently have?
Handful. And I will publicly state that, a handful, yes. Yeah, when the institution was awarded provisional license, it was already into this year, and so they were not able to, and I say they because I wasn't there at that point, not able to enroll students during the first semester.
And it's only on it's on the digital marketing, just
correct,
that
yes,
program.
that's correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So one of the items on the summary sheet obviously addresses, points to that, and so our response will be the fact that we zeroed in on the one that we felt financially we would be able to focus much more attention with at the time. And obviously, we've now aggressively increased our marketing to go across the board. So hopefully that'll be a success. We have placed quite a bit of money into that focused area.
Thank you.
So you do have a variety of programs here. Your enrollments, are there programs on here that are dragging behind the others from an interest standpoint?
That is correct, and since I've come on board, I have talked to our president in reference to that, and made some recommendations.
Can you share
in fact,
some of those with us?
It goes hand in hand with exactly some of the comments that you've already made to other institutions. Yes.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Commissioners, do you have further discussion? All right, here, any public comment? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis, Commissioner Cross, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendations is adopted. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
I know you'll do well in that role.
Thank you.
All right. I had a 20-ounce coffee 3 hours ago. So I'd like to suggest we take a 10-minute recess and be back in 5 minutes to 11. Sound good? Where did we leave off? All right. All right, I believe we are back. The next institution on our agenda is Continental University of Florida, Miami, number 10318. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you are here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Hello, thank you for being here.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Carolina Barrios, Executive Director of Continental University of Florida.
Hello, good morning. Andrés Otil, Academic Director.
So, how did things go during your provisional period?
Pretty good. We already have almost 300 students enrolled in our programs.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
300. So how did you do that? I bet everyone in here is wondering how to get 300
A
people.
very aggressive digital marketing strategy. Basically, we understood our target students and prospectives. Of course, also some events in the Latino community and alliances with some organizations.
So did you guys encounter, I'm sorry, please go ahead, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, did you encounter any unexpected challenges during that provisional period that you did not foresee?
Not actually. Of course, every day is a challenge, but nothing worth, yeah.
Telling me.
Every day is a challenge, but everything is good now.
Good. Glad to hear it. Please, Commissioner Taylor Ellis.
Out of curiosity, which programs are your strongest from an enrollment standpoint?
Of course, in undergrad is psychology and industrial engineering. In grad school is the MBA.
And student population, are they Florida-based or international? What's your mix?
Yeah, our focus is Florida-based, but organically we also have international students.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the majority of the 300 are Florida?
Yeah, I will say 40% and 60% internationals.
And is the international from your Peru connection?
Not mainly, it's all Latin America.
Okay, good.
Can you tell me a little about your 2024 focus with this annual license and what your plan is for the next, well, for this calendar year, I should say?
Of course, we are planning to keep enrolling more students, of course. Also launching 2 more programs, the ones we already have licensed, cybersecurity and marketing, next year in spring 2025. Also strengthen our alliances with some organizations for our students' placement. And I think I will summarize with those actions, yes.
And also the graduating.
And also the accreditation plan, once we obtain the license, we will start the accreditation plan.
Good.
Commissioners, any additional discussion? Is there any public comment on this matter? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendations?
So moved.
Commissioner Cross and Commissioner Stefano, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is accepted. Congratulations. Good luck
Thank
this
you
year.
for your
Thank you
time.
very much.
All right. Number 3 on our list, Florida University Southeast Boynton Beach, number 5555. Staff recommendation has been provided. If you're here from the institution, please come to the podium, introduce yourself. Glad to see you, Counselor.
Hello. Heidi DeSico, President, Florida University Southeast.
Good morning. Dr. Derijit Sama, Vice President for Florida University Southeast. And I just want to say thank you for what you do. I served as part of the commission for 20 years for U.S. federal government, and I know how I sat in so many public hearings and just for protection of students and the environment. So I would like to say thank you.
So, commissioners, any discussion?
I'll follow the same line. How's it going? Tell us about your first year.
Well, actually, we've been licensed since 2016.
Okay.
We had some challenges, and then our license went down to provisional because of a number of conditions that, with our address change and not be able to get the address, the information, and then be able to come and explain. We did complete all of the requirements, and now we are here to start. We are also applied for Masters in Sustainability, that because most of our programs are already demand-based program. The first program that was established in 2016 was Masters in Business Valuation. That was developed as a result of the 2008 financial crisis, where over $7 trillion were wiped out of the capital, the people's money. So our professors designed a business valuation program. And for this Master of Sustainability in the last 5 years, I led a team to explore the Nile River, which is half of the African population resides, over 560 million. And I published this book, a 600-page book. And the program we submitted is based on this book so that we can start educating professionals, policymakers across the African and then the Middle East continent. So that's where we are actually based. So our markets already has a full potential of participants and organizations and governments.
One of the things we're looking at here is the financials we have are year-end 22, so obviously we're in 24, and there's a whole year in between that we're unaware of. I do want to ask a couple of questions. The first is around some work in progress intangible assets that you guys were working on for learning management, student management, content management, development systems, and hosting. So you guys were obviously had a big effort toward putting together those online assets, right? Those intangible assets. How has that gone in the past 12 months? Because it was a big number then. I'm sure it's a bigger number now.
Yes, I think maybe a week ago we submitted the 2023 financial compilation, and as an online university, the good amount of the infrastructure cost is the online system, which is student management system, learning management system, and we do have a team developing that and then working on that area. We have the first release of enterprise student management system that happened at the beginning of the month, and we're trying to complete that in 2024. The majority of the work we've been doing come from the professionals who donate their time and donate their effort, and that's why we have this intangible assets.
So the other questions I have, you're showing total rent expense for the year at $7,000. That's for the entire year of that year? That's incredible. Can you negotiate my next lease, please? Like, how does that happen?
We have one room in a professional building. It's 100% online school,
Gotcha.
And the majority of our students, well, all of our students currently are in Ethiopia. So we really only need a small office space here.
Gotcha. Okay. So with all the development that you're doing online, I mean, I know the cost of that development is not cheap, and you ended that year in 22 with, quite frankly, a very, very small amount of cash in the bank. So I don't know how you support the development of those online tools with that small amount of cash.
So, the team is based on professionals who benefited from the United States school system, who want to go and give back to their countries. And we have a series of PhDs and enterprise architects who want to build this enterprise system and just bring to the market. So I just came back from Africa a week ago. Now, because we have shown the potential of meeting, so we are actually signing between 4 to 6 memorandum of understanding to finance enhance our investments and then to expand this school, because this school carries the great name of Florida in the country. So we have to live up to that expectations, and then that's why we're actually working on that part.
Yeah, well said. So, it sounds like you've got a unique situation where those developers are at your disposal without necessarily the traditional cost of what a developer would cost, which I know to be about $125 an hour.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a minimum of a couple $1 million just to deliver the first release. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out, you had 6 students in 21, 22. How many for 22, 23, and now? How many students do you currently have?
Those were just the Florida students that we have, the 6 students. We currently have like 54 students, but they're all in Ethiopia right now. So what you see there were the 6 Florida students that we had at the time.
Oh, so you have 54, but they're international?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you help us understand the students that were outside of Florida that were not represented in that? Did I just miss that?
54 international.
54 international.
Okay.
And 6 in Florida.
And how many in Florida now?
0.
So they're all graduated. So for this year, we have 54, and the majority of them are working professionals working for the federal governments of those nations, and in the private sector. So we don't have any student, but we are in the process of also applying for accreditation, DIAC accreditation, where once we get that, then we're going to focus our market into the Florida and the United States.
So is the entity part of an affiliate of other businesses or a subsidiary of those operations?
No. Florida University Southeast is a DBA for the original college, Florida Institute of Finance College. But it was started with a vision about a curriculum that didn't exist on the planet, and good that we wanted to do. And we've just expanded to the 3 master's programs since that initial master's program. And like Derja was mentioning, we have our sights on the sustainability masters, which would also be a unique program in the world.
Okay. I would be asking so many of these if the audit that was submitted for 23 or 22 actually looked like an audit. It looks like a compilation, not an audit. I'm sorry, Counselor, what was that?
It's an audit. Yeah, it was an audit.
Right, but what was presented to us really looks like a compilation of financial statements. It doesn't really look like an audit, is what we're seeing.
So I think one of the contingencies for that came from the court was to provide the financial audit. Right. So we did submit the audit, and I think when in the summary sheet, it was used the audit to compile, but we have a 2023 compilation already submitted.
Right. Okay, that looks like
we're so small that, and right today, we're currently so small today that the audit, I don't know what one would usually look like, but our financials are different.
No, I get that. It just makes me wonder how you guys are providing for yourselves, right, through this period of investment in infrastructure, either at, via goodwill or at cost, right? Or, I'm assuming that you're not supporting yourselves via these activities at this point. The plan is at some point in the future to do so. Is that right?
That would be the plan.
Okay. And I think that the interim financials are within the clerked order. Yes. That was part. Okay. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, can I add something, please, very quickly?
Please.
When Heidi contacted me about 10 years ago, I was sitting on top of a mountain in Georgia, and in the room were Heidi and her husband and some of the most incredible people I've ever heard talk about, as Heidi said, the vision they had for an institution, talking about initially business valuation. And I had no idea that they were talking about teaching programs that were really incredibly unique, that had not existed. And it has grown, with the good doctor's involvement, it has grown to an international institution that I think in 10 years from now will lead the world in the development of things in education that we will not have seen anywhere else. And so I think they have both, the entire organization has been living in a fruit stand, in other words, kind of doing everything they can with the resources they have. But I think what the vision they have and the work that they're doing and where this is going to be extraordinary at some point in time. So I congratulate them and commend them for the work they're doing. It is really unbelievable, the things that they're teaching in other parts of the world that really need it the most.
Yeah. And when you say business valuation, you're talking about learning the skills to assess a business's value as a third party?
Yeah, I think what happened in 2008 was mainly a result of a faulty financial instrument valuation. So banks just put their own product without consulting. And by the time the founders who actually put an equity in their house to build this institution, and by the time they were working for the IRS, and then they see that, I mean, we can't just let ordinary people lose their retirement. So they put together a business valuation forcing the bank to evaluate what they are doing. So the first 5 years, there was a pushback. Now there's an international committee set aside to evaluate the financial instrument of the bank, which by the time this program was 5 years ahead of that. So that's where we're trying to, it's called advanced financial instrument valuation. And I remember the commission asked, give us a comparison, and then there was no.
Right. Yeah. Well, in a part of the world where there's not a lot of upward mobility via traditional employment, right? Entrepreneurship and business valuation is extremely important. Now, I'm happy to see that you do that. Nobody agrees with the valuation I put on my business, right? So I'm glad someone's trying to standardize that. Thank you for explaining all this. It makes a clearer picture of those that you're trying to help, and I applaud you for that. Commissioners, do you have additional discussion?
A few, hopefully, brief questions. Just thinking about your target demographic, how do you plan on expanding your student base to increase your revenues? And your current targeted market, are they able to afford your tuition without tuition assistance?
Yes, they do. So, for example, for this sustainability program, there is a World Bank and the UN sustainability agenda, the 19th sustainability agenda that need to be done. And this river, for example, is the house of half of African population. And I traveled all 11 countries to gather those informations and teaching how to conserve water. That's pretty much what the livelihood of 100% of the Egyptian in the Sudan. So they have a vested interest to train their professionals in sustainability, in project management, because the dam that was built in Ethiopia was a $6 billion dam and one of the largest dams in Africa. And we see an issue in project management. So our programs are ready to bridge the gap between the academic world and the industry, which oftentimes the industry is like 2-3 years ahead of it. So we already have a project. And for example, the Ethiopian government started a capital market. It's just like stock market. And to get that, you have to have about 16 different professions that will serve in that ecosystem. And they asked us, we signed an MOU to train up to 500 of their professions in the next 5 years. So we already have a projected income and an expansion roadmap for that.
Thank you. That last point is helpful. I saw that you're developing a new system. It has a hefty kind of price tag associated with it. How is that going to help you become more sustainable and scalable?
So the system, you mean the enterprise, the student management system, or?
Sorry, the learning, student management.
Yes. So, the technology is changing into an open source. We are using Canvas, for example. I think many of our institutions, and the 90+% of the market is on open source. We are using additional student management system. So we are actually using the existing open source and then using like a low code, no code approach to build enterprise system that can be sustainable. So we are almost halfway through building that. Means that it literally tracks every student from cradle to grave and beyond after they come back. And we are halfway through that, and that will help us. And you're going to see our capital, down the road to get that. And then we're also looking actively into a partnership and a sponsoring. And I'm sure down the road in 1-2 years, you see us coming with, like what Mr. Harris said, that an aggressive program to expand the program. So yeah, it's helping us a lot.
So it sounds like, if I had to translate what you're saying, it entails capacity building for quality assurance in future growth.
Yes, sir.
Okay. It might be worth thinking about what value add it has now for your students, so that that can be part of a distinctive recruitment strategy, which is needed before you evaluate at scale performance.
Yes.
Any further discussion? Any public comment on this matter? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Dr. Stefano, Commissioner Taylor Ellis, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, any opposed? Motion is adopted. Thank you for your good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to make one comment that I was here in front of the commission before COVID. And what I see here is now a totally different energy, different engagement. And I hope
that's a good thing.
I was telling her that because you do care for our progress, and then you ask the right question. So that's something which we have never seen in myself. So keep that great work. Thank you.
Look, despite what Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac say, the American dream is business ownership. It is not home ownership, right? And everybody in here is an entrepreneur. So thank you for your good work. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, our next item on the agenda is Saylor Academy, Fort Lauderdale, 9030. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from the institution, please come to the podium, introduce yourself. Gentlemen, good to see you.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay? Yes. Good. I'm Jeff Davidson, Executive Director. I've got Dr. David Shulman here. Some of you may recognize him, former president of Broward College some years back. Our General Counsel and Fund Advisor, Tom Heyer.
I'm glad to see you guys. We've been looking forward to this conversation.
Happy to be here, sir.
Commissioners?
I'd just like to ask or remind us, because you don't charge tuition.
Correct.
How are you funded?
We have an endowment.
Okay.
We've been offering continuing ed for 15 years, since 2009. And I think some of the original endowment is still there. Some more got added. And so we use open source. We have a self-paced program, so it's a little lower cost. And so we've been able to support, we've got 25 full-time people. 25 total, 22 full-time, 3 part-time. And of course, a bunch of contract professors, et cetera. So we keep costs lean. We've been around for, like I said, 15 years without charging anybody anything. And we plan being around for a whole lot more.
Can you help me understand the sort of mission and the impetus for how this began?
Of course.
I know you've been around a while, but it's brand new
absolutely.
to me.
Yeah. So Saylor Academy is named after a gentleman named Michael Saylor. He's a Miami Beach resident. Michael went to MIT. Michael went to MIT on an Air Force scholarship. Michael was from humble beginnings. He likes to say, legitimately, his family at that time couldn't afford the first semester of MIT, let alone the whole thing. But he got a free scholarship and was able to come out of that with zero debt. And within the first year was able to start a business that today has a market cap of like $5-6 billion. So talking about entrepreneurship. So that ability to, you can take risk when you don't have debt, right? And so he wanted to provide something back. So for 15 years, we've been giving away free courses. Most of our free courses and the continuing ed side are things like ESL, programming, some business, et cetera. And the vast majority of those students come and take, anywhere from 1 to 4 courses, et cetera. But we decided a couple years ago, or a few years ago, to embark on this. We've got all these courses, all these professors. Let's see if we can put together some program. So the first thing we decided to do was put together the MBA. We had 30 plus PhDs work on it, get it ready, using open education resource content, case study approach. We feel really good about it. And we were excited when we were here before to get the provisional license. We've been very appreciative of that. But basically, it's a part of a give back. Now, we don't know if we're going to be able to scale the degree side to the way we do the other side, just because it's a different animal, right? Where somebody coming in having to go through an entire program versus anyone in the world today, you could sign up right now for a Python course and just start taking it. So we have a different approach, obviously, for the degree program, but that will remain tuition free as well. The only cost is when you sit for your proctored exam. It's a third-party company called ProctorU. Smarter Proctoring. It's $5. There's no fee split or anything like that. So we keep costs low, we keep it lean, and we manage the fund pretty well, which Tom can address. But Mr. Saylor's committed to this for beyond his lifetime. So we feel good about being able to be around and serve people.
So the entity was never acquired.
No, we created it, yeah.
It's created and is affiliated through the trust, not a subsidiary or
It's a DBA, correct.
It's a DBA. So it's part of the trust?
Correct.
It is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So the curiosity I had there, and I may be completely out of my depth because I think it exceeds my understanding of some of those financials, is if there was never an acquisition, how could there be an impairment of goodwill? And there was a large number, right? And just help me understand it. Right?
Yeah, I think that's a stock valuation, but I think it's now been.
Yeah, I would presume that required an acquisition of goodwill in order to show an impairment of that goodwill. But if there was never an acquisition, I don't know how that occurs. So I'm curious.
It's an accounting issue on GAAP, and absent GAAP, if we were reporting, we wouldn't be showing impairment. But under the GAAP standards, you're looking each year at where your endowment is, and if there's a change in the endowment, it gets reported as an impairment of goodwill. What was taken away from us in 2022 came back in 2023. Next year's financials, you'll say, how did you get that great big increase? So one of the problems is our endowment is technology, and we are at the whims somewhat of the technology market, but we've got a very consequential endowment today, 25 million or more.
Yeah, you understand my confusion.
There's been lots of confusion.
Okay.
You talked about trust. Well, the trick on that is that Michael was an MIT grad, and if you go to the lawyers in Massachusetts, with their long hundreds of years of history, they create charitable organizations as trusts.
Of course.
And then it puts you in a difficult situation because you're trying to operate where all other organizations are much more understandable. But there really is no difference in terms of how we function on an organizational level.
The trust, also operate other things. It's not just the 26 students in Florida.
So there's the ability with that trust to conduct other charitable activity, and there's a small amount of activity.
Are they doing other activities?
It is not operational. It's more just supporting different organizations.
Is it a CRT? Is it a charitable remainder trust?
No. It's just a straight out. It would be called a grantor trust when it was established.
So there wasn't an appearance of impropriety in my mind. There was just a massive disparity between that impairment, that was resulting from your endowment difference and your liquidity, which was alarming if that was going to be what you were moving forward with. But it sounds like what we have are trailing numbers. The numbers have then came back, so therefore you're operating with more than $4,400, right?
Well, I don't know, not having the financials, that sounds like a pretty low number.
It did to me too.
But we fund from the endowment on a monthly basis. We're taking what we need, we project and
so
keep it invested.
So the year-end closeout number has changed. It is a monthly number, right? So it changes every month. That's why we're never really going to see that liquidity make those.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
going to be we're constantly going in the market and making liquidity decisions that are kind of at a 6-week interval.
Out of curiosity, I would think that out of free tuition, Masters of Business Administration, there'll be a tremendous demand, but yet you have 26 students.
Sure, happy to address
Jeff
that. Yeah. Well, first of all, there will be tremendous demand, you're right, but at the same time, there's two things. We're self-paced, that's not for everybody, right? Self-paced, a lot of people want a lot more experience, a lot more, traditional, wraparound services, et cetera. So self-paced is going to limit the number of people. Two, we're provisional, so we're trying to be cautious and respectful of our status. So we don't want to go out telling everybody that, hey, we got this free MBA. So we've been basically, if you go on our website, you don't see a reference of the MBA. We just kind of hit some partners, just kind of quietly saying, hey, we got this, do you want to get some people in it? So we wanted to be cautious while we're in this provisional phase. But it's been great. We have a Moodle open source system that, right now, on the continuing ed side, we have 1.8 million students who are in our continuing ed program. Now, most of those are not, God bless them, most of them are probably not going to be qualified to get an MBA. A lot of them are learning English for the first time, or we serve the underserved. That's our goal. We don't disallow it.
So you have 1.8 million students?
Not in this program, not before you, only in continuing ed. Only in, things like come and get a free ESL course, get a free programming course, et cetera. Yep. So we have 26 now, all those are international. We hope to get some Florida soon because we have a partnership with for a long-running partnership with Disabled Veterans of America. So right now, we have a small cohort of disabled vets, caregivers, and spouses who are in our prerequisite. We have an earned admission process. So even though it's free, we make you complete a comprehensive course on business administration. It's kind of like a capstone of a undergrad. So if you took business degree 5-10 years ago, we still want to make sure you know it now. So we feel the professors felt, the curriculum committee felt, if you get through that, that will set you up and it's a proctored exam, case study. So if you get through that, that should set you up for success.
So your 26 students are international, did I hear you correctly?
Correct, all international at this point. But like I said, we have some Florida students in the preliminary section. We hope that some of them qualify for the program either maybe this quarter or certainly next. And then, should we be granted the application, the annual, at some point we'll let the state of Florida know that we're open for business for those who are ready to take on. It's a big commitment to do it self-paced. All our people, of course, are working. So we have Dr. Schulman chairs weekly coaching sessions. So people call in on a Zoom-like conference. We don't require that because it's self-paced, and you have under the provisional that were approved. You can take up to 5 years to complete it. Now we're trying to give them sample study plans to try to get them through quicker, of course. But right now, if those 26 people, I say most of them will be 2 to 3 years at best to get through, because people are working, they get excited about a program. And they realize, it's free, but it's not totally free because it costs your time. You have to learn this stuff. I would challenge any of you to take one of the courses if you don't have an MBA, and it's legit, it's a real deal. And so it's quite a learning experience. We're proud of it, and we're proud of being able to offer it. Some students in Nigeria, you want to just mention for a second, being able to talk to these students who may not otherwise have an opportunity.
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. And yes, we do outreach. We have a cohort, for example, in Nigeria, and get to meet with them every week to encourage them. And it's very interesting, too, because it meets our mission, which is really serving the underserved and anybody who doesn't have the opportunity to get this kind of programming. So we have students who are dealing, they come into us, they say, oh, we just had lost the currency of the country. We don't have currency at the moment, we can't do anything, or they have trouble getting online, or all of these things, but they are persisting. We have a wonderful cohort. We provide some of the traditional kinds of wraparound services in our own unique way, because to be tuition-free and meet our mission means that certain things are not there in terms of the traditional approach. But that's what we're doing. Like Jeff says, we are cautious. We are taking notes. We're making sure that pedagogically and in terms of student affairs and all of our records and everything is perfectly in place. And our ultimate goal is to be able to provide the quality through university recognition and accreditation as we move forward, and provide really service and value. Like Jeff said, 1.8 million people. When you look, for example, at LinkedIn, at our social media, and you see the things that people post that are life-changing to what we do, we are very excited about this program, and I think the caution that we are taking is reflective of the respect we have, obviously, for the Commission, but as well for our students. So thank you.
Yeah, listen, congratulations on the lives that you guys are changing for those who don't have the opportunities that we all have. It's easy to forget that we live in the land of opportunity, right? And sometimes that makes us complacent, but congrats on the action you guys are taking to pay our blessings forward.
Thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any further discussion?
If commendation could be a contingency, I would add it.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry?
If commendation could be a contingency, I would add it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, thank you.
Really incredible work.
Yeah. And if your benefactor ever wants to put an endowment together for commercial driving, I know a guy.
You know a guy? Okay. Can you do that online? Can you do it online yet?
Commissioners, if there's no other discussion, no other public comment, was there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Cross, Commissioner Marty, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion accepted. Congratulations on the good work you're doing, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
It's one of the things I enjoy most about what we do here, seeing what one person can do to the lives of so many. The next item on our agenda is South Florida International College. Wow, 10319. If you're here from the institution, please come forward. Thank you for being here. Would you please introduce yourselves?
Commissioners, good morning. My name is Olmedo Farfan. I'm the provost at SFIC. Iris Salinas, who is the CFO, and Maria Antonieta Puig, who is the registrar in this college. Mm-hmm.
Commissioners, any discussion? I know you guys have a suite of portfolio, I should say, of opportunities here. Can you help us understand what's leading the charge for you and what's dragging behind among your educational offerings?
Well, actually, of all the programs, the one that grows the more is the MBA program. Yeah. Until the day that the report is, we had 35 students, from which they already graduated last month. Okay, we had only 5 who withdrew. Our rate is less than 10%. Okay, withdrawal or drops. And then in the other programs, we have grown. We have been able to recruit 108 students until now, which is like 100% of what we had, more than 100% of what we had before, from which now they are more dispersed in the sense that we have students in all the programs, okay? In the bachelor program, we have a larger number. And then in the digital marketing is the only one that we have a few ones only. Okay, maybe because actually people now wants to see something like artificial intelligence, business intelligence, rather than digital marketplace. So we have to work on a strategy to see if the name can be changed in the near future. Yeah.
Yeah. How to create viral
content.
content.
It's like more general.
Right.
Yes. From those 180 students that we had, presently we have 78 because we graduated the 25 and the 5 that dropped. And foreign students, we have only 8 students, okay, that they don't live in the US. The rest, they all are South Floridians and 1 in Houston. From the foreigners, there is 1 in Cuba, 5 in Bolivia, and 2 in Chile. 8 students that have been recruited outside. So we want to work more on the people who lives in the state, in Florida and US.
Hi, which of your programs had the graduates in it?
The MBA.
Your MBA program?
Yeah, MBA.
And all of the graduates were from the MBA program?
MBA program, yes. Yeah, because we have been only 1 year operating.
So how many students altogether? I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out.
To this date, 78.
78?
78, yes.
How does that compare to the metrics you anticipated?
Actually, we weren't expected the first year to work to do that. I mean, let's say, do that well, okay? We have been able. And actually, our market strategy was to wait until the annual license, really. Yeah. Because we know that in the provisional, mostly the students who come here, the immigrants who now reside, they do know about provisional, annual. Okay, so they get to trust more on a school that it has the annual license, right?
Commissioners, any further discussion? Any public comment on the matter? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept the staff recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Dr. Stefano and Commissioner Marty, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion is accepted. Staff recommendation is adopted. Congratulations, guys.
Thanks a lot to all of you, okay?
Good luck this year.
Okay.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Do you want to do one more then? For 1 through 13, you sure you want to do all of that? You're about to have to, that's 1 through 13, we're going to have to go polls. I thought you had to be out at 11:50. Okay, sorry guys, the director has a hard stop at 12 and we're debating about making sure she's not overbooked, double booked during that time. So I think we have a consent item here. Item D, application for extension for annual license, there is none. E, application for annual renewals, there are 13. Is there a motion to consider these applications by consent?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis and Cross, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to take this section by consent is passed. I'll now ask each commissioner whether there are any items they would like to pull. Let's start with you, Commissioner Cross.
Item 3.
I'm sorry?
Number 3.
Absolutely, number 3. Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
No others.
Commissioner Stefano?
None additional.
Commissioner Marty?
Number 3.
Number 3, everybody sends to agree. I have no additional, but I believe the executive director had number 3 already.
Yes, pull number 3, but we do have a staff correction to number 11. We are not asking for this to be pulled, but number 11 is our school 6531. There is a correction to our staff recommendation. The annual license, it is a change to the date. The current date says January 30th of 2025. We are modifying that to say that the annual license will remain active and valid through January 31st of 2025. They have one more day. Order the institution to provide a renewal application and fees no later than 120 days prior to January 31st of 2025.
Thank you for that. Are there any representatives from schools other than number 3 or members of the public who would like to comment on those that were not pulled? All right, then is there a motion to accept staff recommendations on items 1, 2, 4 through 13?
So move.
Second?
Dr. Stefano and Commissioner Taylor Ellis, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Number 3 is Florida Christian University, Orlando 6361.
Hello, good morning, commissioners,
Morning.
staff.
Mr.
I'm Bruno
Pagliatti, it's
Consigliati,
great to see you here.
president of Florida Christian University. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you.
Thanks for being here. We have a mass exodus now. You guys aren't even saying goodbye. You're just leaving. Right. Commissioners, do you have any discussion?
Yeah, would you care to explain the finances a little bit more because of that loss of 354,000
Sure.
negative?
Thank you for the question. So, as indicated in the financial improvement plan that was provided to the commission, we did experience a significant reduction in revenue these past 3 years due to COVID and also due to, believe it or not, Hurricane Ian in September of 2022. Which affected our building, and we lost some of the operations, some of the, a portion of the building of our installations, and we've been remodeling that side of the building. Since then, we've made significant improvement. We have been, just in 2023 alone, we had an increase of $1 million in revenue, which is not reflected in the audited financial statement that you have. It's also not reflected in the Form 604. I provided that to the commission, but it didn't make it in time for this meeting. As a matter of fact, all of the contingencies in the summary sheet have been provided to the commission already. I don't know if there was time for you guys to receive that information, but I actually have the updated audited financial statement from 2022 and also the Form 604 selected financial data sheet here, if you guys would like, if, Mr. Chair, if I may approach.
What do you want to do? No, you don't have to provide those. I think it sounds like you've already provided. I think what might be helpful is I think I know enough to know that your operation has some breadth that perhaps isn't represented fully, and it's contextual, and the commissioners may benefit from understanding that this is maybe just a snapshot of one piece of your operation.
Yeah, we are truly a nonprofit institution. We've been helping the underserved for 38 years now. We have a very affordable tuition and fees structure. As a matter of fact, in the last 7 years, we have not increased tuition and fees, even after all the inflation that we've seen. We've also made significant investments in the last 3.5 years in accreditation. In 2 weeks, we're expected to receive accreditation. I will be coming before the commission on accreditation for ABHE, which is USDE and also CHIA recognized, and we're expecting to receive accreditation at that time. So we've been making significant investments, in that process during the reduction of revenue that we experienced in the last 3 years. But we teach in 4 main areas. Theology has been the primary one since 1985, when we were founded as a theological seminary. Education, behavioral sciences, mostly counseling and marriage and family therapy, and also business administration. And we have students here in the US, also some international students. We teach in person, online, synchronously.
Thank you for that. Commissioners, any discussion?
Just extension, you had 1,253 students, 21, 22. How many do you have right now?
About the same. I would say maybe 100 more at this point.
Thank you.
Well, what I've witnessed as a commissioner is that Florida Christian University is generationally holding themselves to standards that we could all aspire to. And
Thank you,
I
Commissioner.
applaud you for enduring that. I think people forget that that hurricane hit Orlando too, right? I know South Florida, Southwest Florida, Fort Myers really got rocked, but they forget
Yes.
the challenges you guys faced over there as well. And congrats for enduring.
Thank you so much.
That resiliency, no doubt about it. Commissioners, any other discussion?
And we are scheduled to finally increase our tuition and fees after so long. So that's going to help with the revenue as well moving forward. And we're expecting to do that, in this year after accreditation.
Yeah, well, the period that you haven't taken that increase has certainly seen the dollar value significantly fall. So I imagine that added an additional layer of complexity to you guys' recovery. It sometimes becomes self-defeating, right, when those you serve don't have the money, and raising that only makes it less attainable for them.
That's exactly right.
It's
All
a
of our
brutal
students
cycle.
graduate debt-free because we do installment payments. In addition to the tuition and fees being very affordable, we do installment payments for our students. So some of them are paying $285 a month, $350 a month. So by the time they graduate, they actually graduate debt-free.
Yep, outstanding. Commissioners, any additional discussion? Is there any public comment? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Cross and Taylor Ellis, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? The motion is accepted. Staff recommendation is adopted.
Thank
for
you
being
very
here,
much,
sir.
Commissioners.
It's
Have
always
a great day.
pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Yep. All right. We have good news and bad news. Which do you want first? The bad? Always the bad first, right? The bad news is we're going to lose the executive director for a few minutes. The good news is we all get to take a break during that period, perhaps get some food. If you're the sort to get hangry, please go find some food somewhere out there before you step up to the podium. Otherwise, how long do we need? 30 minutes. You guys good with 30 minutes? Be back at 12:30? What was that, Counselor? 12:45? 45 minutes? You want 45 minutes? An hour? Let's do 12:45. All right, we'll split the difference instead of an hour. We'll do 12:45. All right. Do I? Are you good with that?
I have to leave by 2, no later than 2.
All right, guys. Hopefully you're not going into a food coma post-lunch. We're going to try to keep this lively and keep this moving. We are on item F, application for license by means of accreditation, and there are none. So moving on to G, annual review of license by means of accreditation. There are 9. I think we have a note here. Commissioner Marty, if you'd like
Yeah,
to speak
I
up.
need to recuse myself because Doral College is up to renewal.
Thank you for that.
Just to clarify, it's not a recusal, it's just an abstention from the vote on that institution.
Okay, that's okay, thank you.
One day we have to understand the difference between those two.
I can explain very briefly. When an abstention from a vote, when a commission member or the member of any body abstains from a vote, their presence still counts toward a quorum.
Ah, gotcha. Fair enough. Noted. You guys are going to be quizzed on this later, so I hope you're taking notes. All right. Is there a motion to consider these applicants by consent?
So move.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion to take this section by consent passes. Let's ask each commissioner whether they have items they'd like to pull. Get my pen here. Commissioner Cross?
Can you come back to me, Chair, please?
Of course. Commissioner Taylor Ellis?
Nothing.
Commissioner Stefano?
One moment, please.
Commissioner Marty, do you have any you want to pull outside of yours?
No.
No?
I have none, Chair.
All right, thank you.
None at this time.
Commissioner Stefano, I'm sorry, what was that?
None at this time.
None?
I have none.
All right, then is there a motion then to accept staff recommendations on items, I'm going to say 1 through 9, and we're okay because she's abstained, right?
So move.
Except for number 2? We have to take that one out separately? Oh, so we have to do it twice? Okay. Right. So then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations on items 1 and 3 through 9?
So move.
Second.
Dr. Stefano, Commissioner Taylor Ellis, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions. Now, do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for item number 2?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Staff recommendations are accepted for those institutions as well. And that moves us forward to H, application for program approvals and modifications. I think we have another abstention, is that correct?
Yes, I do abstain for vote for number 2, Universal Technical Institute, South Florida, Miramar.
Number 2, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Do we want to pull, are we going to do numbers 1 and 3 by consent? Okay, so do I have a motion to accept numbers 1 and 3? Or excuse me, do we need a motion to do these by consent first and then a motion? Okay. All right, strap in, this will be fun. So then do I have a motion to accept these items by consent?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion to accept these by consent passes. Therefore, do I have a motion to accept items 1 and 3, staff recommendations for items 1 and 3?
So moved.
Second.
Yes. Well, this is embarrassing. I know, but she's asking if we want to, they want to pull them before we ask for acceptance of staff recommendations. This is why we can't do 2 by consent. All right, so do we need to back up and ask if anyone wants to pull item number 1 or number 3? Yes. All right.
Or number 2, just not me.
Number 2, just not you.
Correct.
Commissioner
items.
Cross? Commissioner Stefano?
None.
Commissioner Marty?
And I have none.
Right. So,
No.
and you're no. So now we're going to do this twice, once with 1 and 3, once with just 2. All right. So do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 and 3?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis and Cross. Any opposed? Or I should say, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Staff recommendations for items 1 and 3 are adopted. Now, do I have a proposal or a motion to accept staff recommendations for item number 2?
So moved.
Commissioner Stefano and Marty. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, then motion to accept staff recommendations on item number 2 passes and is adopted. It's easier when there are 13 of them. I know. Right? It's just when there's 3.
Would have been easier individually, probably.
Yeah, right? Yeah, seriously. It's a note to self.
I made it more complicated.
That moves us on to item number I, motion for extension of license. There is one item in this section, the Academy for 5-Element Acupuncture Incorporated, Gainesville, number 2631. Staff recommendations have been provided. If anyone from that institution is present, please come forward and introduce yourself. All right. Commissioners, any discussion? Make sure. All right, hearing none, is there any public comment? If there's no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Stefano, seconded by Commissioner Taylor Ellis. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to accept staff recommendations is adopted for Academy for 5-Element Acupuncture. That moves us to item number K, substantive change approval. It's not number K, it is item K. There are 6 items in this section, and ironically, we will take the 6 individually as opposed to how we did the 3. Number 1 is Horizon Healthcare Institute, Fort Myers, number 3456. Staff recommendation has been provided. If you're here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Hello, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. Courtney Robinson, President for Horizon Healthcare Institute, Fort Myers.
Great to see you. Thanks for coming up.
Not a problem.
Commissioners, any discussion?
Could you speak to, or give us some context for the number of testers and testing performance?
For what program?
I believe it is the, let me check my notes here. I think it's the nursing assistant program.
Okay. All right. The nurses assistant program was on probation for 2022. We went ahead and do a remediation plan, and we created a plan in which the students, the big problem with the students, they were failing the clinical component. So what we do, we extended that part and have the students then come back at least twice a week, even when the program is over, and practice the clinical components. After that, we tested our last batch of students in the fourth quarter of 2023, that's finishing in December, and all the students that took the exam, they were successful. So we are expecting to get off probation for 2024 once the official reports comes in. It hasn't come in as yet.
And how many students is that?
There was 5 students.
Thank you.
What is the situation with the probation with the Board of Nursing?
Regarding?
Are you on probation in any of your programs?
Yes, one.
Which
the
one?
nursing assistant program.
Okay.
Yes.
And what are the improvements? Are you
Yes,
at a
the
situation
improvement
that
plan.
you will get out of probation?
Well, once the report comes out, the fourth quarter for 2023 hasn't come out as yet, officially. But the students are tested in facility, so I know that each student that took the exam was successful. So we are expecting to be off probation once the report comes in.
I'd like to just add, Mr. Robinson, great job on your PN program and Bridge to RN on the pass rates. I know it's low volume, but it's looking
Yes,
good. So,
they are perfect. Good.
so I have a lot of confidence that that'll be parlayed into the CNA improvement plan that you're doing. So
Yeah.
nice job there.
Yeah, with the LPN, the LPN to RN bridge program, our passing rate exceed the state,
Yep.
and also with the PN.
Mhm.
Do you think you identified the challenge that created that one program outcome to be different than the other programs? that you have?
Absolutely. As you know, Fort Myers has been rocked with the hurricane and stuff like that. So the instructor, that was the big issue. And she had fell ill. She's better now. And it has caused hardship for her to continue the program. She's back now, and everything is good, and the numbers are up. So that was the reason behind it.
Did that, I'm recalling September 2022, right?
Yes.
When the hurricane came through there?
Yes.
Did that affect those students' ability to matriculate as well, not just the instructor? I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm confident the students got
Absolutely,
rocked by that same
because
hurricane, right?
for 3 weeks, there was no electricity,
Sure.
water was off, there was a lot of hardship, students
Yeah.
getting gas to come to
So
school.
why didn't it affect the rest of your programs similarly?
All right, for one reason, it affects just the CNA program, the short program, not the long-term program.
Yeah.
Because remember, the CNA program is a 6-week program.
Right.
The other programs, you're looking at over a year.
No, that makes sense. If your program's 6 weeks and for 3 weeks you don't have power.
There
Right.
you go.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Commissioners, any further discussion?
This is really helpful insight.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good
Yes, thank you. Then is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Moved by Taylor Ellis and seconded by Commissioner Marty. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. All right, the next item on our agenda is Mercy Hospital College of Nursing, a program of Plantation General Hospital, Miami, 3857. You guys need an acronym.
If I may, our other school, Mercy Hospital School of Practical Nursing, comma, a program of Plantation General Hospital LP. I kid my students all the time. You're attending, I think, the name of an institution that has the longest, or an institution that has the longest name in the history of academia. On a light note, on I'm sorry, my name is Robert Westfall. I'm the Associate Dean, and this is my work spouse. She's the program chair, Dr. Eileen Hidalgo. She will correct me when I go erroneously in terms of informing you. Mercy Hospital College of Nursing, here is the trifecta that happened. If you look at our stats prior to the pandemic, our board passing rate was upwards of 95% on average. In fact, it was 97% at some point. In fact, we were looking at it as being a role model until the pandemic hit. And I'm not using that as an excuse, I'm sure you've heard that plenty. But after the pandemic also, we hired an academic leader that did not work out in any shape or form, and that's all I'm going to say. And then the third part of the trifecta is our corporate, let's say quite a few levels above me, didn't allow us permission to continue the LPN to ASN program because they had purchased another college of nursing, of which you might have seen in here before. I'm not going to name it. It's a big one in many different states. So they decided, well, that college can supply the LPN to RN associate degree program, and that'll work out fine, so we don't need you anymore. So you can imagine, this is a college that I and Ms. Hernandez co-founded. So that hurt a lot. So having said that, there was, from April 2022 to March of 2023, there were 0 students enrolled. That's why you're seeing these horrifying, embarrassing board pass rates, which are awful. And I do understand that the substantive change has to relate, if I'm not mistaken, the fact that we are on probation with the Board of Nursing. We appeared before them also and apologize profusely. This is not, I really want to repeat, not Mercy Hospital College of Nursing at its finest, for sure. So since then, that's why there's been, in fact, the NCLEX pass rates, which just came out, I think, day before yesterday or thereabouts, the fourth quarter came in, and yes, we have 0 for the entire year pass rates for the year 2023. Now, having said that, there was, if you look at the 4 that passed in the 4 that took the exam in 2023, only 4 took it. And of those 4, 3 graduated in 2021, and 1 graduated in 2020. So we all know that the stats on that are pretty much abysmal in terms of the possibility of passing that board. With much, I'm going to say, persuasion, we were able to talk with those that be and make the decisions up on high to say, after they realized they were not getting the graduates from the other college like they thought that they were going to get, which was the purpose of getting that college, they said, okay, you can open back up. Okay. Okay. So when they did that, bless their hearts, they realized, I said, do you understand that we were about to go on a teach out, close out, that's it, keep the School of Practical Nursing, I know that's a tomorrow issue, but just so you know how that's all tied in. And we said, okay, heads are down, and that's what we'll do. And literally, we contacted ABHES, our institutional accreditor. We contacted ACN, the institutional accreditor. I contacted also Ashley with CIE. And I said, how long can we be open before we really have to shut? And that's 1 year without a student. So they gave us permission, I kid you not, 1 month before the last month. So on the 11th month, we had to scramble. Thank goodness our curriculum and everything was in place and everything was the same. We admitted our relaunch, let me put it that way, of the LPN to, I'm sorry, I just want to give you the whole story so you understand. The LPN to RN ASN program in April of last year. So we really don't have stats to show you because they're not graduating until, it's a 1-year program. Until April or maybe May of this year. That's when we'll see graduates, that's when we'll see the board pass rate, and so on and so forth. We explained this to the Board of Nursing as well. So you can imagine, I just wanted to give you that framework about what's going on and why we are in the situation that we're in. So with that, any questions I can answer, I'll do my best.
I don't think you're the first person who's fallen victim to letting accountants make strategic decisions. So, sorry you guys had to close, reopen, right?
Yes.
Teach out, reteach. That's a lot.
Yeah, it was.
Wow.
I thought about writing a book about it, but I thought then I'd be fired, so.
Commissioners, any additional discussion, questions?
So one question is, I can understand that pooling resources and having an academic leader that didn't work, to use your words, can contribute adversely to testing outcomes. How are things different in the program 2.0?
You want to speak to that? Okay. I think that's where my work spouse takes it. To articulate that.
We've made changes to our curriculum, not to the curriculum itself, but to how we prepare our students. So we have become full partners with ATI, and we're completely integrating it into the program. So using all of the standardized exams, having the students complete their focus review, their ATI templates. It's now required that they attend the 3-day ATI NCLEX review. It's in person, it's live, prior to graduation. We've also integrated or implemented annual curriculum reviews. We look at the NCSBN mountain measurements data to see where it is that we can make improvements in our program. We've made a lot of changes as far as the faculty is concerned. I think I could speak for Robert as well, but the faculty that we have right now, they're pretty darn good. So the next class that graduates will be at the end of April, and we feel very confident that this group and the ones that we've accepted already, they're gonna change things around.
How many do you have in that group?
Right now we have 24.
Okay.
We
It's
have
a decent
24.
sized group, a good sample set.
Yeah,
right,
I mean, it's
for
not
us?
the numbers we used to have.
Right.
We do have that School of Practical Nursing as well, so it kind of feeds into the college. But when we used to get calls from potential applicants, they wanted to come to the program, to the LPN program, because their plan was to continue on to the LPN to ASN program. And a lot of people changed their minds because we didn't have that. And once it's out in the community, we're word of mouth. That we don't advertise. Our tuition is low. It's a very attractive program, but a lot of people just decided, if you don't have the ASN program, then I'll go elsewhere for the LPN program. But it's coming back slowly but surely. And there's a lot of interest that we're seeing. So we expect those numbers to increase as time goes by.
Our applicant pool is, applicant pool is increasing significantly. Our tuition is $12,000. That's it for the entire year. We're working on financial aid for it, but with the ups and downs, now that we have it permanent, we can start working on financial aid application for that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the total enrollment for the college is what right now?
24.
24.
But that's just in the one program.
In the LPN to ASN program, yes.
What about the other programs?
The LPN program, the School of Practical Nursing, that has an enrollment of 48.
Okay. But you don't have any issues with that program? It's doing
No.
okay.
Well, we'll be back tomorrow. You'll hear us again tomorrow.
Oh, because that one is clock hours.
That one's clock hours, correct.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you anticipate having any of your students test in 2024 for this program?
Yes, we definitely will. We'll have a class, the relaunch class. They graduate in April, and then we have the next class after that will graduate in August. The end of August, and then we have another one that graduates in December.
So just to clarify in case that might not have come across, so The program has 3 cohorts, one that started, I think 8 started in April. We were trying to get that, literally, we had 2 weeks to get the students on board.
So the 26 are divided in 3 cohorts.
24
The
are
24,
divided into 3,
yes.
yeah, yes, ma'am.
Got it.
Well, I wonder which of your competitors, all of the graduates of the school they acquired are going to, right? And ironic. So,
We get some interesting phone calls, let me tell you. It's like, why didn't you open early? So anyway, but to acknowledge your intent, I know what you're trying to say.
yeah. Yeah. Well, that sounds like a lot of ups and downs. So we look forward to seeing the results of that coming forward. You've already got them in hand. Commissioners, any other discussion? Any public comment? Hearing no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So move.
Second.
Commissioner Stefano and Commissioner Marty, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Good luck, guys. I know you'll get it back where it was.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I appreciate it big time.
All right, our next item is New York Film Academy, South Beach, Miami, number 5251. Staff recommendations have been provided. If you're here from that institution, please come to the podium and introduce yourself. Thanks for your patience and hanging around, guys. I remember you introducing yourselves 6 hours ago and patiently waiting over there. It means a lot that you hung out.
Hi, everyone. My name is Mylene Dominguez. I'm the Dean of New York Film Academy in Miami. And we have, go ahead.
Kalaine Schaefer, I'm the Compliance Officer.
Kirk Lange, Chief Financial Officer.
Commissioners, anyone want to open discussion?
So I suppose 2 lines of inquiry. One, could you just give some context to the name change and how that taps into your strategy moving forward? And 2, if you could speak to your financial situation given the negative working capital and negative net income, just give us a sense for what your plans are.
I got you. So the name change is originally, we were New York Film Academy in South Beach. And we noticed with, not everybody, especially because we have a lot of international students, not everybody knows what South Beach is in particular, but they all know what Miami is. And also, New York Film Academy has great brand recognition all over throughout the country and internationally. So we decided that we're just New York Film Academy for all of our 3 domestic campuses. And then whenever it is that we're talking specifically about Miami, we'll be New York Film Academy Miami. Or if it's hyper local, we can say, in South Beach. But it gave us a little bit more flexibility versus just narrowing ourselves and then not being able to reach kind of that greater audience. Plus, we have a lot of, we've been there now for about 8 years, and we're really rooting into the community, and we really feel connected to all of Miami. And if you know Miami, it's like the whole thing, not just South Beach. So that was really important for us as well.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so that's the name change. So regarding the financials, so we again, this speaks to the fact that we had this large international population, but also just COVID was really hard for us. We didn't get any of the funding, any of the federal funding to help us because we're for-profit as far as, dealing with any of the COVID safety things that we had to do, which we just ended up paying for out of pocket, which was not in our budget originally because we didn't know that we were going to have it. And it was challenging to kind of recoup from that. So we lost students there, we had to pay a lot more there, and then simultaneously, because our numbers were going up, we expanded our space. So we put in about $1.5 million in a new space that we have now. It's amazing, it's incredible, but the timing was just like, it's just the nature of what happens when you're expanding a new business amidst, a pandemic, and the student number started to go down. We feel incredibly positive right now because not only do we have the new space, we're not paying, for a while there, we were paying 2 leases, which we're no longer doing. We were able to get a decrease in our lease, so we're going to be saving about another $200,000 which just happened this week. So that's going to save us. And on top of that, we have this incredible facility in Miami that's extraordinary. We have partnerships with all of the film festivals are going to be using our space because one of the upsides of right now having our student numbers not as high as they had been in the past is that we have more room. So the way that what we've been doing with that is we've been just using it to say to the community, hey, we'd like to have film festival events here. We're hosting things with all, we have this new program called Lights, Camera, Education, where we have all of the high schools are coming to the school and they're getting taught different things, and we're doing that because not only we want the students to see our facilities, but also we want to teach them something, get really involved in the community, and kind of garner a little bit more of that goodwill. So obviously, the main thing that I want to say is that, the way that I mean, this works for everybody, but the way that it really works for us is that, we really are an on-campus facility. And we're 100% obviously back on campus, and we have been. But it was tough for us for COVID to do acting and filmmaking. And then of course there was a writer's strike, and there was there was all sorts of the SAG strike. So I think all of those things affected. But now the main thing to consider is that with the seeds that were planted, that were not able to be planted of us visiting schools and things like that during the pandemic, we saw in our numbers in 2022. But now our requests are up significantly. We have a 50% increase in our info request over the past couple of years. So we should be seeing those numbers now, like in the fall. So we have a lot more students coming to visit the school. We have a lot more requests, so we really see that there's, we don't have a crystal ball, but we feel very confident that there's going to be a lot of growth. And then Kirk did a really good job of making sure that we reduced our budget so that we're coming back. And then specific numbers, I don't know if you want to give a sense of, how it is that, what you were saying about.
We're reducing our expenses, and as Malin mentioned, we just this week were able to reduce our rent that we pay for our space by a couple $100,000, and we're going to continue to do that in order to lower our expenses overall.
Yeah.
So I have a quick question here, and I'm so glad you're here as CFO. Thank you for being here. What we're unable to see is how the individual operations at your location is contributing or benefiting or not benefiting the loss that caused you to be standing here today.
Right.
Can you speak to that? Like, what part of that is yours?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
He's asking specifically about how Miami, like how our loss, how much is the Miami loss versus the New York loss versus the Los Angeles
We see the whole
Yeah.
company financials, and what we're most concerned with, obviously, as a commission is the success of that individual licensed location and the students that you're serving there. Like, so how much of this number that shows as a net loss for 22 came from Miami?
About 10% of it came from Miami.
And how many campuses do you guys have total?
Three domestic, yeah.
That's interesting. So our fears should be for the other two that carried 90% of that loss, right? Okay. The reason why I'm asking this is you obviously have the assets, the liquidity, right, the longevity, et cetera, to endure. It usually comes down to your appetite for that endurance. And right, there's a point where I've lost enough and it's not worth the free drinks anymore, right? And I get up and walk away from the table. So when I look at those numbers, particularly since there was a sizable injection of capital that still resulted in a $7 million decrease there, that number would have been 13, right? And I have to wonder, is someone going to get up and walk away from the table of that, right? Or is there that endurance willing to sit and continue to ante up?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really good question. I think that what I'm seeing is there's a lot of investment in Miami right now, on our campus in Miami, and we're very positive. We feel very hopeful about what's coming. So,
The pressure, right? If you guys are the ones that are.
Yes, thank you. Yes, there's a lot of pressure. But, we had, we had some changing in who's running marketing. So, a kind of a redirection on how it is that we're going to market, all of the campuses, but Miami in particular. We have a variety article that's going to be coming out on our campus in Miami. We have a television show that was an episode that was on Amazon that has gotten a lot of good press about all three of our campuses. We have, we're just doing, we have like another big radio ad that's coming out. We're doing a whole new video. They're coming in to shoot at the end of February, a whole new video on our campus to showcase it, not only like throughout the country, but internationally. So it feels very much like this is just that squeeze that happens when you're in a growth period with some other things that were happening. But it really seems to me, and I think that the institution, like I guess the appetite is like we're in and we want this to grow, and we see that it has a lot of potential. And we see what's happening in Miami. Miami has just become this major city, and people want to be there, people want to live there, and we have a lot of students that say, I don't want to study in New York and LA, I want to study in Miami. On top of which, I'm telling you things that you all know, but there have not been major film incentives in Florida for a while, and we just got a big one with Miami-Dade that came out, so we're excited about that. That allows for students to be able to graduate and stay. I just think, there's a lot of excitement about Miami in general, and filmmaking and acting, and we're the best school to teach those things. Yeah.
I may be reading this incorrectly.
Yes.
But I'm reading that your tuition per credit hour is $1,035.
Yeah.
So for a bachelor's program, the student would pay $124,000,
Yes.
and they're paying that out of pocket, or you have financial aid?
Both.
That's inclusive of financial aid.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
It's inclusive of financial
No.
aid.
Yeah.
I understand, but the tuition itself is $1,035 per credit.
Correct.
Yes.
That's what it says there.
Correct.
For 4 years, it's $124,000.
We don't have 4 year. The program is at 4 years.
The program is how many years?
3 years.
It's accelerated.
But is it 120 credits?
Yes, it's an accelerated
For
program.
120 credits in 3 years, they pay 120,000.
Yeah.
Okay.
My daughter goes to Yale. Do you want me to tell you how much I pay for her?
No, that is like, wow. It's a lot of money.
That's comparable to
Harvard.
other schools.
No, it's not. No. Harvard is
No,
Harvard
no,
is
I'm saying
80,000.
technical schools.
Yeah,
that,
technical
that's
schools.
comparable to other technical schools from an annual basis.
So I guess, okay.
Yeah, no, we have our comparisons. We're right in line with the schools that we do.
Yeah, we're less than the
So
others.
the students, you are 26 on this program, and then you got 7 on filmmaking and 7 on another. And are these Florida students? The
Are they
majority?
Florida students? Is that what you said? Yeah, we have a combination. We have some Florida students. We have them from all over the country. We have them international. Yeah, they're all, we're accredited by WASC, which is the same accreditation as UCLA and
That's
whatever.
fine.
So we have, one of the other things that I think is important to point out is, there's been a kind of a shift in academics. Some people are saying that the students want more of a 1 year instead of a master's or instead of a BFA or whatever. We have that, that was kind of our originating DNA. So we can give students that. They want to do 1 year program and learn the skills in both acting and film. They have that. It's a lot less money. It's a lot less time. But also we have obviously BFA both in acting and filmmaking, and then of course MFA in acting and filmmaking. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, any other questions for us?
Commissioners, anything further? I really appreciate the explanation. Sir, I appreciate you coming in and helping us understand. It's difficult to understand things just by looking at paper, right? And to find out if there's an appetite for endurance, right? Or should we be concerned about the success of the students you're serving, which ultimately is why we're all standing here, right? And I can tell you guys are aligned with the values of taking care of them and making sure that their interests are served first. Is there any public comment on this?
We are, I mean, our students are everything to us. The most important thing is that we allow them the space to share their voice and tell their stories, and we're going to support them no matter what, whatever it is that we have to do to make sure that they're able to, get their degrees. Yeah.
If there's no further discussion, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations? So move.
Second.
Commissioner Stefano and Taylor Ellis, all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion to accept staff recommendations is adopted. Good luck, guys. I know you guys are going to carry the fire forward.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
The next item on our list, number 4, Rasmussen University, Ocala, number 4493. If you're here from that institution, please step forward, introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Ashley O'Brien. I'm the director of licensing for Rasmussen, and I'm going to let my colleagues introduce themselves.
And good afternoon. I'm Dr. Karen Goody. I'm the Regional Dean of Nursing Academics.
Happy Thursday again. I'm Stacey Ann Sinclair Jibison. I'm the Vice President of Campus Operations for our Florida locations. And I'd like to just take a minute just to give you a brief overview of Rasmussen, just in case you're not aware. So Rasmussen this year is celebrating 124 years of existence and started adding campuses in the state of Florida in 2007. Rasmussen starting its premises on outcome-based education and looking for adding education for the shortage in our communities. And really today, 124 years later, that's the same premise. What is the needs of our communities? What's the needs of our partners? And how can we fill that need? And so our career-focused education is still the main premise. We're a regionally accredited institution with programmatic accreditation for most of our programs. Over the last 5 years, Rasmussen has produced over 7,500 graduates in the state of Florida. It's a big number. 80% of that is in our nursing, 15% of that is in our health sciences fields, from medical assisting, radiological technology, surgical technology, our PTA program, and 5% in our other programs. I'd welcome any questions that you have for us.
Is your parent company publicly traded, APE?
APEI.
They are publicly traded?
Yes.
So I think the conversation is similar to the one we just had. I would like to talk about Fort Myers specifically, right, within your portfolio of locations there, what's happening operationally there, and how we might allay our concerns over the financial soundness, obviously, of that particular unit. You're a very large organization and supported, but just like we said earlier, everyone has an appetite where they want to get up and walk away from the table. So can you help us feel comfortable with that?
Sure. And you're asking about the financial stability of Fort Myers specifically?
Yes.
Okay. So you're correct. There has been a deficit if you look overall at Rasmussen University and what that represents, but it's very similar to the conversation you just had. Fort Myers is actually one of our most financially sound locations in Florida. When you separate them all out based on the time frame in which they've been established and our campuses. So right now, currently, based on the financials that you have in front of you, you wouldn't see this, but currently we are in the positive in Fort Myers and in the state of Florida.
You're right, we don't see that.
I know.
So can you help me understand the disparity between what we see and what you're
Sure.
telling us is happening?
Yes. So that deficit, you see the overall Rasmussen University numbers. What is positive about about us financially is that APEI has been supporting the university and will continue. They're very invested in supporting us until we make break even as a university overall. Currently entering into this year, we're already going into the positive. We're anticipating to have an overall break even and positive profitability by Q4 of this year. Rasmussen overall. Our Florida campuses in general are already in the positive in 2024.
Where are you guys located in Fort Myers?
I know the exit, MLK exit, Lee Acres area, like
Yep, I know where you mean.
right off of 75.
Yep. Council, you have anything to add there?
Thanks for the question. Technically, we're here on financial soundness, and it is true, as she said, that the institution as a whole, we're also in 5 other states, had a deficit last year. But as she also indicated, Florida has not. And so there's not going to be any walking away from the table in Florida because we're very important to the organization. APEI, our parent corporation, publicly traded, had over $100 million budget last year. So there is not understandable concern from your perspective would be, what's going to happen in Florida. And I think I can soundly tell you that there's no risk in Florida. One of the things we wanted to ask you today is I know we're down to potentially be provisionally licensed going forward, even though right now we're LVMA. And a couple things. One, as part of our restructuring, we have chosen to try to consolidate 2 locations that we have in Ocala that are only about 5 miles apart. We have 2 there only because when we originally launched the nursing program, we didn't have enough space in our original space, and so we had to add a lease. So this is not in front of you, just so you know. It's an application that's pending, it's not complete, because we've moved to renovate one of our spaces to add space, and that certificate of occupancy will be available probably in the next month. But it will save us about $4 million just in consolidating those spaces. And interestingly, the space that we're going to consolidate into has all of the programs that are in the space that we would like to leave behind and kind of just set that aside. So it wouldn't be new degree programs. It would not be a new location. It would simply be consolidation that will save funds. So the first thing is that we'd really like to be able to carry that out in the next month because it will overall improve the financials of Rasmussen, which as an institution as a whole, by Q4, we will be in the positive territory nationally. As I said, in Florida, we're already there. And so one of the things that I wanted to propose is, we're willing to come back if we needed to in 6 months, make sure the staff has the updated financials that are not in front of you now, so that you can see location by location that in fact we're doing very well. And we'd be more than happy to do that if we could, be maintained at the LBMA status, prove to you in 6 months that that's the case. We would love it. If that's not feasible, then our backup request is at least allow us to carry out that consolidation because it's important to the overall cost reductions for the organization.
Sure.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, the financial soundness, it sounds like you've got a plan, right, for that. I suppose we also have other, which I think is captured the way they capture probation, right?
Right.
We don't have a bullet point for that, and that's what we've not talked about yet. So, commissioners, do you have questions about the status of that program? That's why I brought up Fort Myers particularly, obviously. So, you may be financially sound there, but I think the passage rates there are what caused you guys to get onto probation. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. That is correct. And clearly with the remediation planning that we have put into place, we are seeing quarter-over-quarter improvements. And we also, I would like to add, 2 other programs with practical nursing and also bachelor's degree. Those programs are doing well.
Well, you guys have a long list of programs here. That is a lot. Anything further? No.
How many students do you currently have in the Fort Myers location?
Go ahead, Stacy.
We roughly have about 580 students in Fort Myers.
500?
And 80.
So does the provisional, as a result of probation, prevent the consolidation? Let's have that conversation.
Yes. So under provisional, any kind of substantive change could not occur, which is what they're speaking to now. So the option would be that if you did get placed on a substantive change, you were placed on provisional, there is the ability to apply for an an annual license. I know that you had some conversation with our staff members on that. And then if you're granted the annual license, your financials look better, then you can do the consolidated locations.
What's your timeline there on that? This sounds like a lot of things are run concurrently.
That is correct. It is running concurrently. Our timeline is a very short timeline,
What's your idea of very short?
2 months.
That is short. All right. Well, at a $4 million a year savings, 2 months is what? A lot of money. And any delay behind that is going to cause you to incur those
Correct.
duplicitous costs, I'm assuming.
That's correct.
What do you want to do here? I mean,
If I may, as I mentioned, Florida is already in the positive. And so if you wanted to put a contingency on it to verify, that we could provide you with those numbers, we would be happy to do that.
So staff recommendation would be to remain what our current recommendation is and to encourage the institution to apply for the LBMA status or apply for the status once your financials have improved. And that can be demonstrated to CIE staff and the commissioners, and then conduct your consolidated programs locations because of that nursing.
I'm confused by this. I'm trying to understand, because if the consolidated financials are not driven by Florida-based operations, then the loss associated with that aren't here. It seems like they would be incurring additional expense, let's just call it that, potentially losses because of that delay that came from outside of our purview. Did I say that right?
That is correct.
Well, this is a pickle, isn't it? Look at all the attorneys looking at us up here. Everybody's interested in this one. Look, nobody wants to cause you guys to incur additional expense and hamstring you from doing a better job, right, at serving students. So I think let's talk about what this would look like.
One moment, please.
While they're talking about that, I'd like to let everybody know that about a year and a half ago, I mentioned how much I love golden Oreos in front of Miss Susan Hood. And every meeting after that, she has failed to, she has showed up with us.
That's awesome.
Everybody needs a Susan Hood in their life. I love her for it, but then I hate myself after. Because she got the double stuff also, right?
You can pass them around.
Oh, I'm not passing them around. She brought them for me. I'm glad we're taking a moment to figure this out, guys. $4 million a year is a lot of money, right? And which two are you? You said it was in Ocala. Which two are we talking about? Ocala and what's the other?
So there's an Ocala Main and there's an Ocala Nursing. And we would be moving it into one.
Which one are you going into?
Into the nursing, and we're dropping the nursing, and it'll just be Ocala.
Yeah.
So would that be 4493 into 3225 or vice versa?
Confirm the address.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, it'd be the Ocala main campus number that we're keeping and dropping the School of Nursing number. I believe it's the 4493 that would remain.
So the question becomes then, are you really consolidating, and would that be a substantive change if you just relinquish the license at one and continue operation at the other? Like, is that a substantive change? Because really what you're talking about is dropping that license number. Am I understanding that right?
Yeah, I think that's right. The point being that in the location we're consolidating into, all of the degree programs are already approved there.
And you already have the programs at that existing location, so I don't feel like. Oh, I think she wants me to shut up. Listen, we want to sort this out. Yeah, we're going to take 5-minute, 10-minute recess, right? Give us a moment to figure out how to put this together so you don't have to stand there on the
Thank
hot
you.
seat, okay? Everybody take a
appreciate it.
quick breath and we'll figure this out in just a
Thank
second.
you.
Feel free to run. Who would have ever thought that the CIE could be creative? Where to begin? Counselor, do you want to illuminate all of this?
Sure. So we think the easiest solution, if the commission is amenable, as well as Rasmussen University, that there be a waiver. If the institution wants to waive the 90 days it normally is entitled to for a consideration of its application, if they waive that, the commission can elect to delay a disposition on its current applications by term certain. That can give Rasmussen the opportunity to make the changes it wants to amend its pending applications accordingly, and then be brought back for a disposition.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
So the only question is that the timeline on that contingency to come back with that amendment?
That's correct. And if they're willing to waive their 90 days.
So do you want to see us in May, or do you want to see us sooner? Can you do it in 90 days?
We can do it in 90 days.
Because it means amending that application as well, right? And not only the logistical challenges of what you're talking about with that consolidation.
Okay. So I believe the motion, well, first of all, do we have a quorum? Yes, we do. We have 4.
One thing. So because of this, you're going to be submitting an application, which is going to require staff to look at new financials and a couple of different documents. For that reason, we would recommend moving them towards more of the May meeting, which would be, is that 120?
And that one's in person.
Yes. But that would give us an opportunity to review your documents where no one is rushed for both your side and our side. Okay. So would it work for 90 days to give you the opportunity to go ahead and submit that documentation to us within 90 days, and then we will, our goal will be to have you on the May meeting.
Yes,
Yeah.
that'll work for us.
And in the interest of that May meeting continuing with annual after that delay, I would love to see Florida carved out so that you guys can show off the work that you're doing and not be punished for being part of a, monolithic organization, right? That it skews the perception, right, of what you guys are doing. And then we'll address that financial soundness at that point. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
That'll be a fun meeting. All right, so
I don't think there's a need to vote on anything at this point.
we have to vote to delay, right?
We have to vote,
We have to vote to delay.
So I need a motion to delay a disposition. There we go. That's the words I was looking for on this on the pending application until the May meeting of 2024. Commissioner Stefano and Taylor Ellis, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You have until May.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I think we have this down to the short rows. Give away my rural upbringing with that metaphor. I think we are on number 5, Schiller International University, Tampa, number 2523. Staff recommendations have been provided. Please step to the podium and let us know who you are. Thanks for hanging out all day.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Marta Muniz, CEO and President of Schiller International University, and I would like my team to introduce themselves.
Hi, good morning. I'm Victoria Bayman, Dr. Bayman, Provost and Chief Academic Officer, Schiller International University.
Daniel Napal, CFO, Schiller International University.
Egan Hansen, Global Head of Compliance and Institutional Effectiveness.
And last but not least, Jenna Espinal, Interim Campus Director.
Definitely not least. Commissioners, are any discussion? I believe you guys are here today because of an ownership change.
Yeah.
Do you want to illuminate the details of that for us, just so we can understand?
Yeah. We've been acquired 100% in November 3rd by Global Education Group, which is a educational group based in the UK. They have operations mainly in the UK and also in Malta and Dubai. We are very similar in terms of our mission and our willingness to educate global citizens with operations in different areas of the world. And well, we started by just talking about partnering, working together, and we realized that we were really complementary and that at this moment, being part of the global education family could help us to develop our campuses, to fulfill our mission. So we decided, to pursue this path, and well, we are providing the group with beautiful university, which is an American university that was born in Europe. So we, as you know, have our main campus in Tampa and 3 campuses in Europe: Madrid, Spain, Paris, France, and Germany. And I think that's the story short. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around the scope. How do you anticipate this, if you do, changing the way you operate or the outcomes at the student level?
And we are not going to change anything. As a matter of fact, Global Education have different brands that addresses different segments, different products. Each brand remains independent. Schiller International University will remain independent. We are not going to change any of our operations or academic model, our faculty. Everything's going to be as it is. As a matter of fact, the management team remains. I am still and will happy to continue as a CEO and president for the institution. So we do not expect any changes, non-programmatic or on any operational part of the university.
It's international, but how many students are from Florida?
From Florida, within the university as a whole, or just in our Tampa campus?
In your program? In your school, the child?
How many students do we have from Florida? Jeanette, do you have the number?
Sure. Our Tampa campus hosts 44 students.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, congratulations on the acquisition. So,
thank you.
Puts you part of a global scale,
yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. I'll be jealous if any of you get to go to Malta.
Oh.
Right? That would be glorious.
You're invited.
You're welcome to come.
Yeah. We can have you get a tour in Europe.
I wouldn't blend there at all. So, commissioners, any additional discussion?
I think one way of restating the initial question, but with a slightly distinct emphasis, is provided that the essential programmatic offerings are remaining the same and are kind of take on a true subsidiary kind of structure, right? Are there any centralized or added benefits as a result of this that you are now able to leverage?
Yeah, mainly we are already looking at how can we better serve our students by providing common resources on the student services. For example, one of our main aspects of our value proposition is that we educate global citizens that are ready to work in any part of the world. So in terms of employability, for example, having global education campuses in other countries will benefit our students also to find employment in other countries. Those kind of things. Of course, I know probably you're aware that we partner with different universities to provide students with study abroad opportunities and also dual degrees. These are things that we are also exploring with the group. So I'm sure that our students will benefit from this partnership. Yeah.
Thank you.
From IT, for example, we are also exploring that there may be opportunities for us to access more powerful tools that will help also our faculty, etc., but mainly on a back office perspective.
And this acquisition agreement is mind-boggling. It's pretty cool what you guys are becoming part of there. It really is. Commissioners, any additional discussion? Any public comment? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendations as with the additional, are there additional contingencies on there for them? They're not. Then do I have a motion to accept staff recommendations? So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is adopted. Congratulations on your acquisition.
Thank you very much. And welcome to Europe, whenever you are.
Yeah, I'll see you there. I think we are moving on to number 6, Southeastern College, West Palm, number 1661. Miami. Staff recommendation has been provided. If you're here from that, oh, you are here. Awesome.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Julia, oops, that's loud and I speak loud, so that's amplified. My name is Julia Corona and I'm the Executive Director of Southeastern College, and that's both the West Palm Beach campus and Miami Lakes.
Awesome.
My colleague.
Good afternoon. I'm Dana Hutton, and I'm Chief Marketing and Admissions Manager for Southeastern College.
Awesome. Dana, you are not from West Palm or Miami, are you?
No, sir, I probably should have had the cowboy hat on. But I'm actually from the southern western part of Virginia, eastern Tennessee area.
Yeah, you sound like home. Commissioners, do we have any questions for these ladies in discussion? Okay. So tell us why you're here.
Well, I believe we're here based on our nursing pass rate, so I can talk to that individually by campus. So I'll start with West Palm Beach. The practical nursing program, and I'll take each program separately. The practical nursing program has been board approved for over 15 years. In 2022, our rates took a dip related to a lot of issues that everyone has spoken about. The RN program at West Palm Beach was started about 4 years ago, and we got caught up just like everybody else in the middle of COVID. So as you can tell by the remediation plan that has been submitted to the commission, we've done a lot to revamp that. And if you see our scores quarter to quarter in 2023, we have moved up. So we anticipate with the changes that we've made, particularly in West Palm Beach, that you'll see the 2024 rates bringing us out of that situation. We've done some highlights, right? We changed the admissions requirements. We're changing the curriculum, the testing, the high-stakes testing that goes along in the program. We're moving away from ATI to Lippincott and ExamSoft. During COVID, we lost a lot of faculty that went back to work because they were making a lot of money. So we had a lot of adjuncts. We've changed that where we now have full-time faculty, and that makes a huge impact with the RN program at West Palm Beach. We are a candidate for ACN, and we anticipate having that visit Q4 of 2024. And because ACN has changed their standards where they look at an overall pass rate over 3 years, we anticipate being able to be there for ACN for West Palm Beach. I'll move over to Miami Lakes. Our practical nursing program came out of probation last year, and those rates were very good. We finished the year very well in there. Our RN program, when you look at just the first-time pass rates, is not there. But ironically enough, we went through our ACN renewal of accreditation in 2023, and they approved us for another 5 years based on the overall pass rate of our nursing. And if you look at the last quarter, the cohort that graduated with all the changes we've implemented is, I believe, at 86%. So the changes we've implemented, you are seeing the positive outcome from that. But unfortunately with nursing, it takes a year or two to see those changes because you have cohorts, and it takes a while to implement them.
So where are you in that cycle to provide those results to this body, so that we see those same results that you said?
The 3-year?
Well, from the results that you were attempting to improve, obviously you've made those improvements, and others have recognized that. But because our processes here trail by a year, obviously, do you have a graduating class that's coming through or has come through that?
Yes, well, so we had a class that graduated with those changes, and they're on the annual report from the Board of Nursing that was just published, and that class was at 86%.
They're just not part of the data that we...
I don't know if you have the Q4 data yet. Okay.
That's
I have them on my phone, if anybody wants to
okay.
And our PN program in West Palm Beach, even though it's not high enough yet because of the 10%, but that also ended at 75, which was like at 50 the year before. So you do see quarter to quarter the improvements on the rate, but in nursing it takes a while to see those come out on a first-time pass rate.
And when do you anticipate those results removing you from that probationary status?
Well, they keep you on for a whole year, so it wouldn't be until the end of 2024.
It's a year.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
I gotcha.
Yes.
When did that come through originally?
The original probation for the 2022 year, that was in 2023.
Yeah. What do you know? What month are we going to hit it sometime soon?
Well, we're appearing in front of them now on February 7th for the extended probation.
Right. So that if we saw you again,
it'll be next year. The rates are usually published about the middle of January for the previous year. They're published quarterly, but the year-to-date rate is published in middle of January.
Did you have intent of changing programs or anything that would have been a modification that's prohibited by provisional status?
No.
So you can continue operations under provisional status without harming students or the outcomes associated with them?
Yes. If there's an opportunity not to have the provisional status, obviously we would welcome that. Because I think if you have to, in looking at that, since you've opened that door, we look at the overall institution. These are one programs, and we have history of being successful in those programs. This was definitely impacted by everything related to COVID that impacted. And that's where we're at. And you can't change nursing rates. I've yet to see a school that can, change it overnight.
No doubt. And it's sad that we're in 2024 and our processes, have us assessing the damage of something that happened in 2020 and 2021, right?
Correct.
But that's been the consistent theme of the day. Commissioners, any further discussion? You got nothing? Okay. Any public comment? I'm wondering if there isn't a possibility of, if that is coming up before our next meeting, delaying that decision the way we did the other. Because what she's saying is that those numbers, they would be removed from that before the next meeting.
So the way that our contingency currently is worded is that The executive director can remove, I can return the institution to the annual license once they get off probation. So at any point, if they get off probation,
Yeah.
they'll alert the commission to the fact that they have been removed for
So ours
probation.
isn't an automatic year like the others?
No, this
Okay.
one, and it's for both of the programs. So for when we're talking about the West Palm Beach, this is the practical nursing and your AS program. And then for the Miami Lakes, it's the AS program.
Correct. But the Board of Nursing only takes you off probation once a year.
Yes.
So it is a year from now.
Okay. Okay, so that one is not coming up, so it's still going to have to be. It doesn't change it. Okay, I was thinking it was before the May meeting, in which case we could carry that.
I wish.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, then is there a motion to accept staff recommendations?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is accepted. Our motion to accept staff recommendation is adopted. Please give us a shout as soon as you fix that, right? 'Cause
Absolutely. Thank you.
We have that ability and the board does not. Awesome.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number L, branch campus applications, there are none. Item M, name change. There is one name change application in section M.
They're not here.
Suppose no one's here. Then, oh, really?
I think it's very smart to change their name. Good move.
Hi,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm very well. Healing Arts Institute, Dr. Thelma Tenney, President.
Awesome. Thanks for being here and thanks for waiting around all day.
Of course.
I personally don't have any questions here. Commissioners, any questions or comments?
No.
Then I would make a motion to accept staff recommendations unless there's public comment. I'd ask for public comment. But then I would ask for a motion to accept staff recommendations. So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Your name change is adopted. Thank
Thank
you for
you.
waiting around to be here.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
All right. I think we are in the last section in religious colleges, sworn affidavits submitted. There are 49.
I need to abstain from number 47.
Commissioner Stefano to abstain from number 47. So, did I say that right?
Oh, 43, I'm sorry.
43. Okay. I'm glad y'all called that. Is there a motion to take these items by consent?
To be clear, is to take items 1 through 42 and 44 through 49 by consent.
So what he said. Yes.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion to take those items, except for 43 by consent passes. Okay. Then is there a motion to accept staff recommendations for items 1 through 42 and 44 through 49?
So move.
You have to request a poll
To
first.
poll, yeah, you're right. Then let's go one by one. Do you have any you'd like to
Do
pull,
not.
Commissioner Taylor Ellis? Other than the one you've abstained from, do you have any to pull? I do not. Stefano? Commissioner Marty,
I'm sorry?
do you have any you have to pull from that list? No?
No.
No? All right. So now we're looking for a motion for items 1 through 42 and 44 through 49 to accept staff recommendations.
So moved.
Second.
Taylor Ellis and Commissioner Stefano, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendations are adopted for those items. Now we will take number 43 separately. Then is there a motion to accept staff recommendations for number 43?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion for number 43 passes to accept staff recommendations. Oh, you're right, there is one more. It's because we rarely, I learned of this last night, we don't have this agent training thing very often. I've been here a year and a half, I've never seen it before, so this is brand new in my defense. Agent training programs, and there is one. National University San Diego, number 12960. Counselor, can you help us all understand what agent training really is, so when we see this again as an anomaly?
So far as I know, it is exactly what it sounds like. It is if an institution is training agents who are actively recruiting students in the state of Florida. Isn't that correct?
So actively recruiting is the phrase, right?
Yes, so if you're for an institution that is not operating in the state of Florida, but you are recruiting students in the state of Florida, then you would have to have an agent license to do so in the state of Florida. But you must also have an agent training program to train those agents to ensure that they are familiar and well-versed in Florida law.
And as I understand it, it's not just recruiting, it's recruiting and enrolling, right? Because you can advertise within Florida, but they're still enrolling at the institution in another state. But you're talking about folks that are actually enrolling.
Yes, the recruiting and enrolling within the state.
Okay. All right. Now we all know. All right. Commissioners, is there any discussion for the National University San Diego, number 12960? Any public comment on that matter? Hearing none, is there a motion to accept staff recommendation?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Staff recommendations for National University are adopted. Last part of the day is it's recess, everybody's favorite part. So we will see you guys tomorrow at 9 a.m. and I believe we are adjourned.